like I started off, family, it don't matter what your religion is. It's not about that. We gotta come together no matter what. We gotta help each other no matter what. If we don't, then our whole civilization, all of our people of color will be destroyed. And that will be the first time in history that it ever happened. As we're about to read in the story of Exodus, it starts talking about how the oppressor had made a plan to destroy all the men in Israel. But we already know that they got a plan out here to destroy all the men. The story in the book of Exodus is very much like the story of today's time that we're going through today.
This prophet didn't say, well, you got to go get me a certain type of food. He said, I'm not eating nothing in this place because y'all are idolaters. Because y'all are idolaters. I'm not eating nothing in this place because y'all are idolaters. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Shabbat Shalom, family. Shabbat Shalom. Welcome to another Shabbat day. All right, we're going to rock and roll. We're going to get this thing moving. We're going to get it done like it's supposed to be done. So, Imai, you was talking about this shooting at a Hanukkah event, a Hanukkah fest. What was it, a Hanukkah celebration? What was it?
That's when I do it update of the news.
I know. You're good at what you do. But what was it you was talking about? A Hanukkah celebration?
Yes.
Wow, that's deep, man. This world is really, this world is really changed, man. It's the reality of life is really hitting us. And if you're not a part of the realities of life right now, man, something very seriously wrong. Let me explain to you what I mean. I was riding around with my uncle the other day. Uncle Raheem, shout outs to Uncle Raheem. So I was riding around with Uncle Raheem the other day, and we went to Macon, Georgia. And we was looking for some tires in the tire shop. So I pulled up and I parked in the front of the building and I went into this tire shop. But as I was walking into the tire shop, it was a F-150, a pickup truck parked on the sidewalk that I had to walk past. So as I was walking past, I was looking at the truck because it had tinted windows on it. And as I walked past, I noticed that on the dashboard, the driver had, or somebody in the truck had a pair of binoculars, real nice binoculars sitting on the dashboard. So as I was going past, the guy who was in the truck was coming out of the store. And I said, a white guy. And I said, yo, man, them some real nice binoculars. And I just kept moving. Just kept walking. As I said it, I just kept moving. But this guy was stone cold. He was stone cold, like a military or hate group or some type of extermination department is the spirit that I got from this guy. I mean, this guy was,
Like
yeah, that's what Unc said. That's probably who he was. He was real cold, like a white racist type person, like no emotions at all, like hatred. And I was like, and I ain't paying no, I ain't saying nothing to him, kept it moving. So I get in the store and I'm talking to the people at the store, trying to find out if they had the tires I need. So I turn around, look out the window at this guy at the back of a truck that was in front of me was parked. He goes to the back of the truck and unlocks the back of his truck, you know, the tailgate of the truck, pulled out like 10, 15 assault rifles, big cases of ammunition. He had a big gun on his hip when he walked past. But you know, in Georgia, you don't pay that no mind. Everybody got guns on their hip. But this guy, and he was dressed in fatigue, but not military fatigue. He had camouflage. I mean, he had like green and black on. You know, his pants was dark green. His top was a black. Like, but I couldn't tell he had no bulletproof vest or nothing, but they making them so sharp now. Anyway, Let me get to this point. So he gets in the trunk, and I'm looking at him. He pulls out all these guns. I mean, I'm not talking about no rifles. I'm not talking about 45s. I'm not talking about pistols. This guy had big assault rifles, like bigger than AK-47s. I don't know what they were. I don't know what kind of guns these was because I didn't see him that close. And even if I did, I probably wouldn't have recognized him. He had so many of them. He pulled all these weapons out the back of the truck and put them in the truck that he was in, and they pulled off. And cases of bullets. Cases of bullets. And I ain't see the bullets until Unc told me that he pulled out cases of bullets. I mean, it's just, but I'm saying all this to let y'all know. So before I tell you what I want to let you know. So I get in the car with Unc, and me and Unc was discussing what we just saw. Now, Unc was sitting in the truck with tinted windows, so nobody knew he was in there. It was a guy sitting in the truck that the guy got out of with tinted windows. So all along while I was looking at the truck, he was looking at me, and I didn't know it. And when I told the guy, I said, yo, man, nice binoculars. This guy blows the horn inside the truck to let me know that somebody in this truck. So I'm like, wow. So when I'm talking to Unc says, did you see all them cases of bullets the guy pulled out? I said, no. He said, man, I don't know what they was doing. They could have been, they might have been getting ready to go to a raid. We don't know what they was doing. This guy pulled out like 8 or 9 assault rifles out of the back of a pickup truck, put them in the other pickup truck, and they drove off. But why am I saying all this? I'm trying to let y'all know that they mean business. These people out here today, it's about their business. And we still making videos, putting up on YouTube, shaking our butts, having our children talking about us. And we doing all types of weird and crazy things right now, but they on their game. This guy was so physically fit when he walked, and he wasn't husky. He was just fit, in shape. He was so focused that he paid no attention to me because his mind was on his purpose, going to his truck, getting the weapons out. And what are we doing right now? How are we preparing for tomorrow, today? Because when we look in the news, these people, they call them ICE. They ran through Chicago, tore up so much stuff, and locked up so many innocent people. What have we done as a people to combat a situation like that? What have we done? We let people come in and do whatever they want to do to us. And what do? We do a little bit of protesting and marching. That's all we do. And then after the marching and protesting went on for a minute, it's all over. I seen this thing where the guy from Black Lives Matter has not ended. They got a new chapter now with Black Lives Matter, but it's a guy that's running the show that I saw. He was a spokesman for the Black Lives Matter movement. And he was speaking about ICE and how ICE did search, but all they do is talk. Nobody's putting their foot down like the Black Panther Party used to and get busy. Black Panther Party used to teach that if you kill one of us, we're killing 2 of you. That's what they used to teach. And I'm telling you, family, I'm not teaching no hatred. I'm not telling you to go kill nobody. I'm not telling you to murder nobody. I'm not trying to tell you to do any of those things. But there's a time that's very, 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 very close where we got to, like right now, where we got to stop these games. Stop thinking everything is about fun. Everything right now that we do should be about purpose. When you marry, it should be for a purpose. Not because he looked good, she looked good, or he got a couple dollars, or she got a couple dollars. That's not what it should be about. How is this person going to help me in my life to come? What can this person do to help prepare my children to be profitable citizens in humanity in the next few years? When you go out to war, how good is your husband going to be as a protector in this household, or is he scary like you? Because I see a lot of that too. A lot of these males are chumps. They're scary. They're flakes. They're worse than women. Matter of fact, women rule them. They have no heart. They will not fight. They'll talk a good talk, But when it come time for them to produce, they're going to run. And you're going to see this. Some of the people that you thought was tough, they're going to show you how tough they are when the hell breaks loose in this earth or in your own personal life. When hell breaks loose, you're going to see how tough that man that you thought that you could trust in, you're going to see. Matter of fact, you know you can't trust him. You know you can't. You know he ain't going to defend your honor. He ain't going to fight for you. It ain't going to be there. You already know. A lot of you are just in denial about the type of man that you got in your life, if you got a man at all. Some of you may not have a man. Then you got to be that strong one. Or, matter of fact, you ain't got to be that strong. Find yourself a good man to be up underneath of. That's what you do. Your father, your uncle, your brother, your cousin, or your spiritual leader. Find you a man to be up underneath of so he can protect you. But I'm going to tell you something. He can't protect you from 20 miles away. He can't protect you from 20 miles away. He can only protect you from when he's with you, where you're at. That's the only thing he can do. That's the only way he can protect you. Because when this hell break loose, we ain't going to be able to travel 30 and 40 and 50 miles to get to somebody, because it's going to be all in the streets. It's going to be running rampant. And y'all don't think so because you haven't experienced it. Well, let me tell you, it's coming, family. It's going to happen here in America. Count my words. And if you're not prepared to the best of your ability, which means you're living on some land, you're living in a community, you got other people around you that's going to help protect you. If you're not in that position, your life is going to be even more horrible than the average life that's going to be horrible. You're going to be suffering. You may die soon. The end of your line may come real soon. And this is why we tell all of our people to build, to live, to grow, to be in a community. That's why we always give that advice, because in numbers, we shall have more safety. The Creator says in the council of multitude, what? In the council of multitude, wisdom can be found, something like that. The more people you have. But what I'm telling you is in a council of multitude, council of many, if there's many people around, we can prolong our days because we can fight off the enemies better. When it's just one or two of us, we can't defend nothing. I don't care how many guns you got, how many knives you have. If there's only one or two of you and there's 15 of them, how are you going to fight that? And they got Uzis and assault rifles and all types of things. How are you going to fight that? They're going to shoot your dogs first. And when martial law is declared and people are running rampant in the streets, let me tell you something, bro. When the law is not involved and people are not afraid of getting locked up, they're going to do all types of things that you think people wouldn't do.
Well, you know, in Georgia.
You want to say something? Turn your mic on.
No, I was just commenting on what you said. I was saying in Georgia, martial law has been since 1996. Since the Olympics came here, they never lifted it.
Well, when you see real martial law, you're going to see a difference in what you call right now martial law and what is really martial law, when every man is fighting for his survival and the survival of his family out in the middle of the streets. Those people across the street from you that used to be your friend and wave at you are now going to be your enemies, trying to kill you so that they can break in your house and take your food and eat everything that you got. Oh, this is going to get real. But so many people are asleep right now because they think we got time, because they think there's nothing going to happen, or I'm waiting for the Lord, I'm waiting for the Lord. The Most High is prolonging this imminent danger so you can get yourself together, but you're ignoring him. You're acting as if the Most High is not letting you the opportunity to get yourself together. And he is, because Prince is here every week on the Shabbat, displaying to you the messages that the Most High gives to me. Get your house in order, family. Get your house in order. All these connect soap that you keep going to and tuning into every Shabbat day, what they talking about? How many of them is preparing a place for you and your children and your people? How many? Because if they are, then that's where you need to be. Not on the internet talking to them, but you need to be right there in that land, in that community, with them, building every day. Because you never know when they're going to turn out all the power, turn off the water. You ain't got no gas coming to your house, and it's freezing winter. What are you going to do? So y'all haven't experienced it yet. Y'all haven't experienced this type of thing. I remember one time it was a cold winter time, and all the lights was off. It was freezing cold. It was freezing cold. The power kept blowing. The what is those things called? The
fuses?
No, the thing that's still on a pole.
Oh, the electric lines?
It's the electric line, but it's the transformers. Transformers kept blowing. They sending out people to and it's cold outside. What are you going to do? I remember those days, family. We had to have propane heaters to heat our houses for a period of time until the electric company, and this is when I was living in the city, until the electric company came out and fixed the transformers. We had to light the house with candles, to walk around with candles. Let me tell you something. Imagine that for 30 days. Imagine that for a year. Imagine that for 2 years. Most of us won't survive. And if you don't hear what I'm saying, family, if you don't hear what I'm saying, you're going to be one of those ones who suffer when that time comes. Start saving up some food. Even if you go get oatmeal, just get a couple bags, extra bags of oatmeal every time you go shopping. Throw them in the cabinet. Don't bother them. Just throw them in the cabinet, in the back of the cabinet. Put them in the bag, under the dresser. Put them anywhere. When you go buy water, buy more water than you need. If it's just you and your baby, then and y'all drink maybe about 4 gallons of water, 5 gallons of water a week, you get about 15, 20 gallons of water. And if you're not using them, put them somewhere and store them somewhere. And then every time you go shopping, you get those 4 bottles of water, put them new bottles of water and take the old bottles of water and live off of them. We got to start thinking, family. You're going to need a lot of soap. So make sure you got them on hand. You're going to need toothpaste. And I would suggest you make your toothpaste with herbs. Don't buy them from the store. Get a formula for herbs and make your toothpaste. There are so many things right now. And another thing is toilet paper. Make sure you got extra rolls of toilet paper. These are things you don't think about until you absolutely need them. See, I'm a member of those survival groups, and sometimes they put up these videos of what you need. And a lot of times, the things that you need most, you forget to pack. Now, I don't eat oodles and noodles. I don't mess with oodles and noodles at all. But if it came to a time when you had to survive, oodles and noodles is an instant thing that you can just add water to. The noodles come out and they get soft, and then you can eat them. But on a norm, I wouldn't eat them because they're not good for your health. But if you need them just to survive for a couple of days, oodles and noodles is your best friend. Instant oatmeal, regular oatmeal, instant oatmeal, all them things I don't normally eat. But if something happened where my life was dependent on it, then I will bust out the noodles, the oodles and noodles, and I will bust out the instant oatmeal, and I will make those things and make a meal and enjoy them. Let me tell y'all, family, the time is coming. The time is already here. It's just creeping up on us. They're predicting 2020, 2030. They're predicting a lot of hell will start breaking loose in the earth around 2030. I'm not saying that. I'm saying what they're saying. That's right, sis. It's already here. But most of us are so asleep. We're looking for people that make us feel good. We're looking for people that's going to bring excitement in our lives. We're looking for people that look good and got a couple dollars. You might look for somebody with a couple dollars. I ain't going to tell you that. Look for a dude with a couple dollars. But don't worry about how good their physical appearance is. Because when it's all over and said and done, we all going to look the same. Bones in a casket or in the ground. Don't worry about how good he look. Worry about how good he can protect you, how good he can provide and take care of you. Those are the things you should be worried about. And until that time comes, you need to find yourself a community to be a part of. Somebody close. Even if you don't want to live in the community, move around the corner from the community, but be close to that community within walking distance so you can get there when hell break loose. And you would want to start now, because if you wait until hell break loose to say, I want to be a part of your community, you might not be accepted because they understand that you're only there for that purpose. Y'all got to start waking up, family. We got to start waking up. We sleep, man. And we are the most slept people on this planet. Black folk here in America. We are the most sleep, slumber, dead. We are the worst of all people right now when it comes to preparation for our survival. Yeah, we slumbering, all right. We are seriously slumbering. Every dollar we get, what we worried about with it? What do we do with it? We spend it as soon as we get it. And the things that we spend it on is not going to profit us anything. It doesn't bring us a return. We just spend it. What you need? Well, I'm going to get me some new shoes and a new coat. Well, you got 5 pairs of shoes in the closet right now. You got 4 pairs of sneakers. What else do you need? Well, I just want them. Why? Because I like the way they look with my outfit. Let me tell you something. In hard times, you're going to be thankful you got that outfit with some long johns and something on underneath. But them extra shoes and coats and hats and things that you're wasting money on, you don't need them. You could take that money and invest in a solar panel system after you get enough of it saved up. A solar panel system that's going to run electric in your house at night when the lights go off from the electric company. That's right. She says they also need to learn how to work firearms, how to use firearms. We got a little thing down here where we use firearms on our own property. We shoot on our own property. That's right. They plan, but the Most High plan, and the Most High is the best of planners. Absolutely. The Creator is the best of planner. And you know what he's telling you to do? He's telling you to get ready and plan. But so many of us are so stuck. We got that Christian mindset. Oh, the Lord is my protector. He's going to come down from heaven. He's going to fight my battles for me. You're going to learn today that the Creator is your protector, but he tells you ahead of time what to do. And that's what I'm sitting here telling you right now, how to get ready, because this hell is coming. It's coming. It's here. I can't even say it's coming. It's here already. Y'all got to wake up. We have to wake up. And we got to start putting up, because this thing right here that we dealing with is horrible. It's horrible. And a lot of us have not felt that pressure yet. We haven't felt it because we still got a decent job. We still got a decent income. We still got some money coming in. Or we got a welfare check or SNAP or whatever your benefits are. And you're still trying to have fun. And a lot of you under the illusion that, oh, I'm still young. I ain't got to worry about that stuff. Right. Sure, you're right. Sure, you're right. That's right. Nehemiah was rebuilding the temple with weapons on his side. 2026 will be an eye-opener. I promise you it's going to be an eye-opener. I promise you that. So let's get it right. Mr. Otter, Shabbat Shalom, Mr. Otter, got to be ready physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and financially. And financially. If you have the ability, buy yourself some gold. Buy yourself some silver. Some things that can always be held onto and won't lose its value. Gold and silver. And matter of fact, copper and bronze will also become valuable in those times. So y'all got to get wise, man. We got to wake up. We got to wake up. All this partying, all this looking good, spend all this money getting your nails done. My wife got her nails done a while ago. It was $100 and something to put paint on her fingernails. Why? You can go to the store and buy some paint, some fingernail polish, which will cost you about what? $10? How much a jar of fingernail polish? She got mad because I cussed her out. Yeah, the vegan fingernail polish is what? About $10. You go get a jar of vegan fingernail polish. She got mad. She got, what? I can't get my nails done? Babe, you could take that money. We was out the other day. Me and my wife went out for our wedding anniversary. Me and Princess Medaya, that one sitting next to me on the screen. We went out for our wedding anniversary the other day. We went and went to this nice vegan restaurant and got some nice food and went to some places. Well, let me tell you the story I'm talking about, because this is where my mind is. A lot of people ain't there. A lot of people call me stingy, cheap, thrifty. You call me whatever you want, but I'm going to take care of mine. So we out the vegan, we driving on the highway. She had the whole day planned out. She said, what's that place we was going to? Some escape room. When I heard escape room, I'm thinking, yeah, we going to get it in, escape room. She said, the escape room is a place where you go play games where they lock you up in this room and you figure out how to escape out of the room. I was like, all right, cool. We going, all right, cool. So while we on the way riding to the escape room, she mentions how much the escape room costs. $90. The escape room costs $90 for them to lock you up. I mean, how much you want to go to jail? For them to lock you up and you figure out how to get out of this. I don't know. I'm not giving nobody no $90 to go to no escape room to figure out how to get out. I said, no, we can take that money. Look at her face. She mad at me now. You can take that money and you can utilize that money for something good. So we took that little $90 and we went to the mall and brought her some stuff. And brought some stuff for her. I don't need nothing because I don't care about all that stuff. But the women still, they on their soft side. They want that stuff. So we go get them what they want. We do keep them happy with the little things. It ain't no big problem. So we took that $90 and spent it on her. I don't know what we spent, but I know we took what we was going to give to those people and we gave it to her. Whatever she wanted, she had the opportunity to get. It was so bad in the mall. We actually walking around the mall. She said, I don't know what to get. Can you imagine that, taking a woman shopping and she don't know what to buy? I couldn't believe it. I said, all right, then, come on, let's go. And it was time for us to go. And we had to go. And then we went to the restaurant and got something to eat. But the whole point that I wanted to share with you is we're wasting money on things that we don't need. Now, had she went and got her nails done at the shop, how much it costs to get your nails done at the shop?
$100.
About
I go to a vegan.
She said about $100.
Yeah, because I go to an organic vegan nail.
So she saved $90 by buying a jar of fingernail polish and paint her own nails, which costs $10. It costs $100 to go. Man, listen, if it ain't your birthday, you don't need to be going. Man, and some people do that 2-3 times a month. I mean, once a month or twice a month. A lot of people do those types of things. So that's $100. Plus, they go get their hair done. How much it costs for the average woman to get her hair done every month or every 2 weeks? How much does it cost for a man to get a haircut every 2 weeks? $20 a cut, $30 a cut, and he getting it cut every that's $60 a month. Some men is $90 a month. Man, listen, if you took that money that you're wasting on these nails, these weaves, your haircuts, if you took that money and put it into something profitable, that's $200, let's say $200 a month, and put it in an IRA account or somewhere where you can put it where it's going to grow for you and bring you back some money later on in life, you'll be well off. But that's how we think, right? You'll be preparing a life. If you die and don't get to enjoy it, your children will have a leg up in life. They'll have some money that was been growing somewhere that you put up and you deceased now. So they get all that money and they got it because you made that sacrifice and didn't go out and get all dialed up, had to get new clothes every week. Some people just do that and it's a waste. Yes, life insurance is another thing you can invest in. And they have life insurance plans where you can add money to it and it'll grow. You know, it's so many things that we got to wake up about. And we're not prepared for tomorrow, but tomorrow is coming today. You know, we got to get ready. We do. We really got to get ready. He always has a problem. You always got a problem with y'all spending money, wasting money. That's what it is.
She said she didn't have a problem with that. That's getting our nails done. I was like, you always have a problem with that.
Oh, Lord. I thought you didn't have a problem with us getting our nails done. Yeah, okay. How many times I told you to go get a bottle of pink fingernail polish and do your own nails? All right, we got to move on. Because if we don't, we're going to be here talking about this thing all day. Where you going, young man?
He's going to get his. He did some out the car.
You got the keys?
It's over there.
Oh.
I forgot that.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Let's get this thing going, all right? So this is the time, family. I just had to get your attention for a minute because I don't want this to happen to our people and we're not prepared for tomorrow today. You know, we got to get ready. We have to get ready because this war is coming. Matter of fact, this war is already here. All right, let's get moving. Let's get moving. So many people are celebrating Hanukkah now. So many people are celebrating these holy days that they call things for Israel to do. First, I want to let you know, Hanukkah was not invented by the Almighty. It was invented by man. Man created this celebration. It's not necessarily something that you have to do as an Israelite. But if you do it, may the Most High be with you. Okay? All right, let's get moving. That's right. This is very important right here. We need to be careful with what we are blessed with and move forward in righteousness. And I say that's important because a lot of us don't understand the importance of being careful with the things that the Most High bless you with. So let's move forward. You ready?
Ready for the thank yous?
Yeah, you let him drive your car? He's driving your car? Go ahead, I'm listening. Let's go. Who would like to be first to thank the Most High for whatever special thing you would like to thank him for? Who would like to thank the Most High at this time, family? Anybody want to thank the Most High? Sister Higdalia, she did it already? That's right. Sister Higdalia be first on a lot of things. Go ahead, Iman, you got it. You want to take the mic?
Shabbat Shalom, family.
That's the thing you do.
Can y'all hear me? You can put a 1 in the chat if you can, please. I don't know if they can hear me. Nobody say anything.
All right.
Okay. All right, Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Higdalia. Malcolm Higdalia says, I am thankful to know Yahweh is my stronghold at all times. I'm thankful to be able to feel and know he is holding me up when the strength in my body or mind is failing. He keeps me strong. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. I don't know if anybody else. Oh, yep. Saquina Kenya says, Shabbat Shalom, family. This cycle has been interesting. Giving thanks to the Most High for safety in going, coming, and when I lay down to sleep 5 days ago, I was waiting to make a left turn. Gotta wait for the rest of hers. I'll read. Sister Shemaiah says, Toda Yah for raising me up with all my strength and awareness. So I'm waiting for Saquina to finish her thought, and then I'll continue. All right. Lost but found. Sister Esther in the her sons and mother. Hallelujah for all the ups and downs, shakeups and slaps upside the head this week. Toda Rabbah for Aki's protection, undeserved mercy, and a counsel from the wise. Oh, from his protection. Sorry, not Aki's. From his protection, undeserved mercy, and a counsel from the wise. All praises. I'm just waiting for this Aquina. All right, my sister's wife Autumn says, "Toward the Most High for keeping myself, my family, and loved ones safe from danger seen and unseen. All spirits work for the Most High, and I'm glad He sees fit to not allow certain spirits to have their way with us." Just waiting for this Aquina as soon as hers comes up.
You looking for one?
Looking for one more.
You waiting for somebody?
She wasn't finished. Aquina came in. Yeah. I was trying to wait so that I could finish it.
You ready to do something right now?
You can go ahead.
All right. I want to share something with your family. All right. I got it now. Thank you very much. Well, I tell you, it's nice to have a good wife. She gonna pull your coat to your problems. I said I got this lesson in my youth, and I hold on to this lesson dearly. Oh, they can hear me now. And I hold on to this lesson dearly. This lesson was extremely important in the molding and shaping and the development of my life. I said a lot of people talk about me and they will call me thrifty, stingy, cheap, but they will never call me broke. They will never call me broke. They'll call me a lot of other derogatory names, but a poor man, they will never call me. And I live by this principle. I'm going to read it again. Ho, everyone that thirsteth, come ye to the waters. And he that hath no money, come ye, buy and eat, ye come. But buy wine and milk without money and without price. You know what that's talking about? That's talking about a bartering system. That's talking about having people together that you can rely on. That's talking about community living, because we take care of each other. We don't need any money when it comes to each other. But watch this part right here. It says, wherefore do you spend money for that which is not bread? Why are you spending your money on things that you don't need to survive? Bread is something that you need for your survival. But all the excess of money that we're spending on things, we don't need it. So why are we spending our money? Wherefore do you spend money for that which is not bread? And your labor, you're doing all these things for that which satisfies not. Think about it for a minute. You say, I got a son and some daughters, and that's always taking these vacations every year. I mean, they take like 4 or 5 vacations a year where they're traveling all the way across the oceans in airplanes to California, to Jamaica, to all kind of places. That's what they have fun with doing. And when they come back, they got to reset, start from zero, and build up again, just so they can go on another trip and vacation all over again. Well, what do they have besides a memory? How do they benefit toward their future? How has it profited them that they got to go to that country? Did they go to that country and make investments? Did they go to that country and make some money to provide for the future of another person? No, they go so they can lay on the beach and so that they can explore and visit other places in the world. And I just don't understand why they do that. Why do you labor for things which not satisfy your soul? What they do is once you begin it and you start doing it, now you got a thirst to want to get away and go to places over and over. If you sit still too long, you'll start to feel a void or emptiness inside yourself where you just got to get up and go somewhere. It doesn't satisfy you. Neither do you ever quench it. You can't go to one place and be satisfied. You got to continuously be on the move throughout the year, but you're broke. When you come home, you're starting over on zero. And you got to build up your money. You complain about how broke you are all through the year. I'm broke, I'm broke, I'm broke, I'm broke. You're constantly complaining. You can't pay your bills. You can't get a new nothing, to a better truck or a better car to get you where you got to go to make more money. You don't have that. But you spend your money on vacations. I mean, nice vacations all the time. It's a cycle. It says, hearken diligently unto me and eat ye that which is good, and let your soul delight itself in the fatness. Incline your ear and come unto me. Hear, and your soul shall live. And I will make an everlasting covenant with you, even the sure mercies of Dawid. See, these are things that we have to start keeping in mind, family. There's a better life than the life that we're living. It ain't all about spending our money on things that we don't need, but we do. And then when it comes a time in your life that you need something, you got to call somebody that you know to see if they're going to loan it to you. And when they don't loan it to you, they don't give it to you, or they tell you they don't have it, you get upset. You start accusing this person of not wanting to share with you. And then your friendship is strained and it breaks off. All because you spent your money on what you wanted, and then you went out and begged for the things that you needed. That's not a good principle in life. That's never a good principle. Save your money for the things that you need in the future that you don't see today, that you will need very soon. You save your money for those things so that you don't have to go knocking on somebody's door just to be denied. Most of us have what we need, but we waste it all through the year. We waste it on things that we desire, not the things that are a necessity. You don't buy what you need, you buy what you like, the things you desire, a good time, a trip, vacations, partying. You don't need those things. You don't. Because we can have a little gathering here in the community. We can have a gathering and it costs us very little money. And if everybody contributes, then we got a whole lot of money to go do what we got to do. When the strain is on one person or when the strain is on one household, then it's so much money that's required because it's only coming from one source. But if we broke that cost down and spread it out, because we got like 10, 15 different families contributing, then we can have a great and joyous time beyond the means of one person having to work so hard to be able to provide for all of us. All right, Ima, they ready. We got some more up in there. All right, I want to say Shabbat Shalom to some of the family. Aim Keter, Shabbat Shalom. Ima Sukari, Shabbat Shalom. Lost but found, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Laurel, Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you all. Sister Shemaiah, Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Shemaiah. Kezu, my brother Kezu, Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you. May the Most High be with you. Who else we missing? Mr. Otter, Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom, Mr. Otter. Me, you, 789, Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you as well. Sister Bahira, Shabbat Shalom. It's good to see you again, sis. May the Most High be with you. And tell your husband I said shalom, please. Give him a pound. You know, one of them things right there. All right. Who else we missing? Yeah, my man, Koresh. Where you at, Koresh? My man. Sister Higdalia, Shabbat Shalom. Cletus Okaro, Shabbat Shalom, brother Cletus. Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you. All right. Who else are we missing? All right. I think we might be there by now. All right. If I missed you, please forgive me. Please forgive me if I missed you. Let me go from memory now. Shabbat Shalom to all of my family. Brother Rashad, Shabbat Shalom. Akh Rashad Yisrael, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Carol, Shabbat Shalom, sis. And it's good to know that you be listening in, helping in, but don't be scared to type, sis, because I know you. When you see something ain't right, something don't make you feel right, you're going to get to typing, you're going to get to talking. So don't be afraid to let it out because you just that kind of person. Sister Nina, Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you as well. Sister Asha, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Ornit, Shabbat Shalom. Ima Yehudith, Shabbat Shalom. Ima Hador, Shabbat Shalom. Come on, y'all. Who else? Who else am I forgetting? Ima Havared, Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom. All right. Brothers Benjamin. All three of y'all, brothers Benjamin, Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with y'all as well. All right, let's get going. If I forgot anybody, please forgive me. I didn't do it intentionally. And I'll get better at it. Okay? May the Most High be praised. Let's go and rock and roll, Ima. You got it.
Shabbat Shalom, everyone. So I'll reread Aim Laurel, or Zaquina Laurel's law. It said, her thankful. It says, Shabbat Shalom, family. This cycle has been interesting, giving thanks to the Most High for safety in going, coming, and when I lay down to sleep. 5 days ago, as I was waiting to make a left turn, two vehicles collided in front of me. I made my turn, thankful that they didn't drag me into that mess. As one would say, so close, far, Toda Most High.
Oh, may the Most High be praised.
Oh, I'm sorry. Aim Sukari says, grateful to the Creator, to the Most High. He brought me through a new year. Today is another year I celebrate prayerfully.
Happy birthday to you!
So then Aim Keter says, I'm thankful for life, health, family, and community. Grateful to the Creator for providing the necessities for sustaining life.
May the Most High be praised. Let me have it.
Yes, one second.
Yeah. Oh, you got to. Do you see how important this is? See, you can tell the intelligent, spiritual people here. Let me tell you how Ima Aim Keter worded this. This is so important. She says, I am thankful for life, for health, family, and community. That's it. That's everything. That's everything. But then she says, I'm grateful for the Most High for providing the necessities to sustain my life. She acquired life, health, family, and community. She acquired all that. And then she thanked the Most High for sustaining it, allowing it to go on, allowing it to be prolonged. She's spiritual. That's why she's our aim. She's sharp. And I mean, I'm not putting down anybody else who thank the Creator for what they thank the Most High for. All of that is good. But AIM to me, AIMS covered a whole spectrum of acknowledgement when given to the Most High. And I'm grateful. She covered a lot of the things that are needed and necessary. Not that anybody else's is less significant, because they're not. It's just that this one particular one covers a vast variety of things that are overlooked in our daily activity. They're overlooked. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah.
All right, Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Again, Chief Malak says, Baruch Ha Elohim. I'm thankful for my Beulah Kifarim family going strong every week. Baruch Shemo.
May the Most High be praised.
And he says, my brother at Prince Kaz, hope all is well with you and the family, Creator's willing.
Absolutely.
All right. Oh.
All right. Shalom, shalom.
You ready for me?
Did you want to thank him?
All praise, all glory, everything goes into the Creator. Thanking him for this Shabbat day. Thanking him for the week that we've had. Wow, what a week. Just letting you guys know, what a week. Yes, this week was the finals for our students. And it was a blessing just to be able to watch each one of them take their finals from our grades from kindergarten, pre-K to 12th grade, watching the students triumphant, through it. And even when there were little issues, they would just come in and say, I'm having this issue. And, we figured it out. Our educators being diligent in actually applying and putting together these finals. I just watched each one of them in a creative way, basically plan out and execute the finals for the students so that they weren't too difficult. Because the biggest thing that we learn as parents and educators is that, finals, when the children hear I'm have to take a test or an exam or the word final, they get very nervous. Their system, begins to sometimes shut down for their mind to think properly. And so we have to find ways to allow them to relax in those processes. And I feel like at our school, we do our best. We encourage them. We do review before the finals. We encourage them throughout their final, let them know it's not a contest or a competition of who finishes first. Take their time. We do makeup if we need to, because we understand that those pressures that have been placed upon us by other people's ideology of what a test is becomes part of the definition, and it can become physically damaging to a person when they feel like they're being tested and then somebody's watching, they have to be graded. So, all praises to the Creator for allowing us to have a successful week of exams for our students, the end of our first semester of our 5th year. And I'm excited, I'm very excited to see the growth, to be blessed with this opportunity to help with the growth of our students. Just excited for all that the Creator has for us. Also want to thank the Creator for my parents, my Horim, their legacy, the blessing of having them as my parents, the blessing of just having them in my life and seeing the blessing that they were to so many people. So I'm grateful I get to witness and encounter that. I'm also super grateful to the Creator for my husband, for who he has chosen to be my life partner. And I'm grateful that we celebrated 7 years of marriage, and 7 years. And I'm not even gonna act like here it's been easy and it's been all good or it's been all hard. It's just 7 years of life. Every day, life changes you. Every month, every second, every year. and you grow. You're not the same person. You shouldn't be the same person. And if you are, that may be a problem. But you grow and you get to learn each other in different ways. And so I'm grateful that the Creator has allowed us to be together in these 7 years. Like I told him, like the longest relationship I've had in my life. And I'm grateful because this is a relationship that, you know, my father truly was happy that I was in. You know, he gave my husband his blessing, you know, in his healthy days. And that's a big thing for me, to have my father's approval. And then to, you know, find a man who I can see the reflection of what a great father he is, provider, and what I learned through my father, and to be able to see that and have that for my children, his children, and for the community. So I'm super grateful. I'm super humbled to be in the position that I am as a woman. And I'm grateful for everything we've experienced, you know, because it has grown us. It has allowed us to be closer, stronger in this process of life, in this part of our marriage, and praying that the Most High continues to bless us for hundreds of years in the ethers to come. And may he, you know, may what we do, may he use us as a light and example to be great in this world, to make things happen for our people. And may we be remembered for our works, our righteous deeds. So also wanted to give thanks to the Creator for my children, my womb children, first and foremost, for the blessing that the Most High allowed me to bring onto this earth. Giving thanks to the Creator for all my children outside of my womb, my bonus children, my goddaughter, and just the community as at large. Thankful for my siblings, my sister wife, all my family, that, you know, and that the Most High continues to bless us and bless the works of our hands, and bless us with mercy, grace, just patience, love, kindness, you know, peace, and that he continues to allow everything that we do to grow. Like I said, this week has been a testament of who he is, and we're just grateful that he has allowed, you know, my family to be in a space of gratitude, harmony, peace, love, happiness. And I'm just looking forward to the continued years that the Most High has for us. And also want to give thanks to the Creator for the many people whom he has allowed us to touch, and for allowing us to be here to be able to assist those, and asking that the Most High be with all those who are in need at this time, most importantly. And that's it. Is that who?
I got something that I want to try to share to give some proper acknowledgments to and see how it works out. Okay, it's not allowing me to do what I want to do. So it's not allowing me to share what I want to share. Let me try it a different way. Let me close that. Let me open it a different way. And then maybe, let me see if it'll let me share now. Maybe I can share it down. Okay, there we go. I want to give a shout out to this guy right here. This is one of the elders from New York, Maria Hosadek. He's now deceased. He's passed away. But he's done many years of hard work and labor. Him and I didn't have a personal relationship, so I didn't know him very well. But I did know him enough to know that he was struggling to serve the Most High, just like all the rest of us. And he did his best at serving the Most High. That I know about him. Every Shabbat, sometime I would, when we're done with class, I would tune into his class and sit in the audience and listen. But every time I would do that, I always type in the room, Shabbat Shalom, family, just to let him know I was there, showing my support to him and the family. Well, he had gotten sick a while ago, and even in his sickness, he would show up in class the majority of the time and teach. So he's no longer with us. His funeral will be tomorrow on Yom Rishon in Florida, and then they're going to have another funeral for him in New York. So I just wanted to give him his props because it's not enough. Thanks. Y'all probably heard me talk about him sometime when I say these are different classes you can go to. Though that was one of the classes that I suggest that a lot of our people go to from time to time to visit. But, you know, it's not enough that when somebody dedicates their lives or their life to raising up the consciousness of Israel, it's not a lot of people who acknowledge that during a person's life, you know, or even after they pass, it's not a lot of people who really give the proper respect to an individual. He's an elder, you know, a lot of people don't give the proper respect to those people. So I want to take my hat off and thank the Most High for his life and for all the work that he's done within the nation of Israel. So anyone who wants to attend his funerals, let us know and we'll get the addresses to the funerals so you can go in participation. If there's anybody in the Florida area, what part of Florida was that, Emma? Fort Lauderdale, Florida, it will be in. So anyone who wants to go to the funeral in Fort Lauderdale, just let it be known. And Emma and the other one is in what part of New York? The Bronx? Brooklyn, New York. Anyone wishing to go, please let us know and we'll give you the information so that you can attend. Right? Now, as far as we know, the family is in pretty decent situation. They're not in need of anything as far as, you know, like the average people, somebody pass away and they putting up GoFundMe's all over the place and all that stuff. So if anything you want to do, you can come and help. Come help serve, help usher, help, you know, give directions to people, help clean up. Anything you want to do, you can do it in that way. It's not always about money, you know, so don't worry about that. It ain't about money. Sometimes just you being there to help lend a helping hand is a whole lot more than finances can provide. May the Most High be praised. And Shabbat Shalom, Ima Haveret. Shabbat Shalom. So I just wanted to give my respects to my elder, you know, and acknowledge all the hard work and dedication that he's done for the people of the Most High that I am aware of. And there's probably a lot more that I'm not aware of. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right, Ima, was there anyone else you wanted to thank the Most High for anything special? That's it? All right. So at this time, family, since you all have finished thanking the Most High, anybody else got something they want to thank the Most High for before we move on? Because I don't want to shut you out. If you want to thank the Most High, now will be a good time to do so. Is there anyone else want to thank the Most High before we move forward? Okie doke. So you got the light. It's your turn.
Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom, family. Just wanted to do a brief news report. Something my husband was speaking of earlier, but we're going to go into it a little more. But before I do, I'll just highlight this. All right, all praises to the Rabbah. So I was really thinking about some of the things that took place this week in the world. And one thing that stood out mostly to me was the shooting the shooting and I guess you could say attack on a Jewish community in Australia by two, what from the news say they're Islamic. And basically it was during a Hanukkah event, and I believe 15 people were killed. And so I just wanted to kind of like talk about that, and kind of like just read the report right quick and, just get everybody's own ideas, because it goes into what my Ish was speaking about earlier of us being prepared, and then also understanding that, when we're out and about doing things, celebrating things, security is very important. And I think that goes over people's head at times, that when we say we're at war, a lot of times, we're thinking, oh yeah, we're just talking about this aspect of these people or a certain type of people. But we're always at war because there's always someone who may not agree with you and what you believe in, and may take offense to it and decide to attack you, decide to wage war with you on that particular moment. And a lot of times how we become a attacked or just a victim of instances is because we don't have security. We don't look at that. We just going out here skipping through the world, celebrating like everything is all good. But we know that we're in a world where so much chaos is, so many different mindsets, belief systems, and we always have to have our head on a swivel, as we like to say. And a lot of times we don't. And then our children suffer. These traumatic instances are not something that goes away because we pray over it or because we talk about it in the news or we spread the word of something happened. Traumatic instances stay with you throughout the rest of your life. They can either build you up to become a stronger person, or they can weaken you, to where you remain in that traumatic state, in that weak state. So I just wanted to talk about this, the shooting at Bondi Beach in Australia. And it says, the father and son suspects accused of carrying out the Hanukkah massacre were motivated by Islamic State ideology, quote unquote. This is what they're saying. According to Australia's leader, CNN has learned Sajid and Naveed Akram recently traveled to an island in the Philippines known for Islamic insurgency. Naveed on an Australian passport, and Sajid, who was originally from India, on an Indian passport. And this is all what they're putting out there. So, of course, we would do our research to truly understand who these people are and what they are claiming or accusing them of. A lot of times I don't just go and believe everything that the news says either, because they will choose people to take the fall for something or choose to demonize a certain way of life or whatever, because it's actually a target. It's actually it's part of their mission. So it also says that there was a man who wrestled a gun, and they've been showing this on the news, that he wrestled the gun out of the attacker. He didn't shoot him, but he stalled him. And then you could see across the way on a bridge, someone started shooting at him for taking the gun. But that particular guy who wrestled the gun did not get harmed in any way. But it just goes to show you, even him doing that, he didn't think about if there was a second shooter. His heroism is commended, but we have to be very mindful of when we are. It's kind of like what my husband said earlier too. One or two people, yeah, we can make a little bit of dent or something, but we have to be together in everything we're doing. And definitely grateful for what he did, because he did stop more people from dying. But and he put his life on the line on that day and the life of his family by choosing to protect others. And so that's definitely commendable. And then it says hundreds of mourners laid flowers and paid respects at the memorial for the 15 people killed attacking and targeting Australia's Jewish community. It's in Australia, it is the country's worst mass shooting in almost 30 years. And including in that killing, of course, there were children, adults, women, and men. So I just wanted to really bring that out because it definitely speaks to this day and time. We think we're laying in the midst of the world, just casually going, and all over the world, there are insurgencies of war. There are insurgencies of other nations causing economic poverty, genocide, systemic genocide to other people based off of their beliefs or a power that they may have over another nation of people. And I hear a lot, when we talk about this, that people will say, oh, well, the Most High, He'll protect us. And I do believe in the Creator in all things, but I also know that the Most High gave us minds to think. And He says, choose life. And so in choosing life, that means we have to educate ourselves. We have to prepare ourselves. We have to plan. We have to be, completely prepared for anything and everything. And so, yes, earlier, someone, I can't remember who said it, said, be prepared spiritually, emotionally, mentally, financially, all those things, because all of those things matter. I'm a believer that the Most High didn't just place us on here just to walk in a robotic mindset that he's going to save us from any and everything. He is going to save us as He sees fit. But He also, I'm going to always repeat this, He gave us a mind, a righteous and intelligent mind to be able to choose, to be able to prepare, to think. Like all those things He gave us for a reason. It's not for us to sit in slumber and just imagine Him coming down and saving us. That's not what that's for. It's for us to use it as He has given it to us for the greatness, for the betterness of our people, to, arm ourselves in any type of weapon. And sometimes those weapons can be physical, spiritual, mental, emotional, and financial. But we have to be prepared, and we have to not just reside on, oh, the Most High got me. Because, we don't know the plans of the Most High. We don't. We like to say, well, we know, and we do say the Most High is the best planner because He is. But, and we're going to leave it like that He's the best planner. We know that, but He gave us the power within ourselves to plan, to execute the plan that He places in you. So we have to do that. And so I just want to bring that out because even with that tragedy of all those people losing their lives, there's lessons to be learned. A lot of people don't like to hear about what we need to learn when somebody dies, there's lessons in everything we do, whether it's good or bad. There's lessons because some things can always be done better. So I just want us to keep in mind that when we're out here, whether we are shopping, grocery shopping, taking our children to school, having a good time, or even standing up for righteousness or standing up for our people, whatever we're doing, we have to be security minded. We have to know that there are enemies amongst us that look like us and don't look like us. And we can't sit back and say, well, I'm just going to walk these streets and the Most High got me, because He may not have you. And that's just the truth. You don't truly know how the Most High is going to end your life and cause certain things to happen for you to either, learn something, be better prepared. Because sometimes, when things happen to me, I'm always like, oh, you know what? That was a lesson from the Creator because I didn't prepare correctly. I didn't think before I did this. I just went out and did this and said, oh, the Most High got me. He has us, but that doesn't mean it's always going to be a positive outcome. So, I just wanted to bring that forward. And I pray that, if this does offend anyone, I pray that you don't take it offensively to the point where you just close your ear, but actually open your ear to just incline, ask the Creator what He wants you to do, and not just assume that He wants you to do something. When we look back in our history in the Tanakh, there was wars going on. If it was all about just the Most High has the best plan for us and Most High knows, we'd all just be sitting. But there were times when the Most High told people to go to war, to defend yourselves, to stand arms, to guard the community. You know, there were guards. The shomer were there. So we don't erase that now. We have to stand up. We have to take arms. Listen to what the Most High says your position is, and do it. Execute it, and execute it righteously, and with His guidance, and in the midst of others who are also working on those same missions. So, that's it.
Right. Most High be praised. Wonderful, wonderful. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. You know, there was something else that I wanted to mention before we started with the laws. Okay, it just came back to my mind. One of the secrets to life and one of the secrets to success is the way you think, how you project yourself, and how you see yourself. If you see yourself as a loser, then you're going to lose a lot in life. If you see yourself as a winner, like I'm a powerful guy, I'm an intelligent guy, I'm a lucky guy, I'm always getting blessed, the Creator got good in store for me, then those are the type of things you'll be bringing into your life. I remember I had a friend of mine who used to always talk about, man, don't stand too close to me because the Creator going to strike lightning from the sky and you might get hit, because he sinned so much. He used to like to get females and do that stuff with the females, which he knew was a violation against the law. And he would constantly speak out and tell you, watch it, because, man, I just got finished this and that. And the Most High might be angry with me, man. I'm the guy, what do you say? I'm the voice in the crowd, he used to always say. You know how the murmurers, you know how they hate all, I'm the voice in the crowd is what he used to always say. And that was my brother. And he had about 2 or 3 strokes. How many strokes he had? About 2 strokes, 1 heart attack. But he constantly says how the Most High is going to strike him. But with all that stuff, he's still alive. The Creator spared his life. He's still alive. He'd have had 2 or 3 strokes and a heart attack. And I mean, he ain't but about 52, 54 maybe. And he's experienced all that. And in my opinion, it's because he spoke it into existence. He spoke it into existence. He always used to speak about how he knew that the Most High was going to bring this wrath upon him, how the Most High was going to cause him to suffer because of the type of things that he did. And what I'm saying to you right now, family, so that you'll understand a little bit better about some of the keys and secrets to life, is you have to think positive about yourself. You have to do positive and do your best to be your best, no matter what the shortcomings are in your life. I'm great. I tell people all the time, I'm the most righteous individual I know. And I think this and I say it positively, and that will help me to produce it in my years to come. You have to begin to do the same thing for yourself. You have to allow your mind to be impregnated with positive thoughts about yourself and your future. You have to impregnate your mind with positive thoughts about your future and what you desire for yourself. Not enough of us do that. I got a brother of mine who always talk about how broke he is, I'm broke. I ain't got this, I ain't got that, I'm broke. Stop. See yourself wealthy in your mind. All that you desire in your mind, that's what you see. And then you figure out a way to get to it. And as you walk to it, the Creator will allow it to begin to come and manipulate itself into your life. That's how you got to do it. You got to create the future that you want for yourself. But a lot of us don't understand the power of creation. We don't understand that the things that we do right now, whatever we put into our spirit right now, how we see life for ourselves right now, is the life that we're actually creating. A lot of us don't understand that. And another part of this is this. You got this part right here. I want you to be real careful and pay attention to this part right here that I'm about to tell you. And if you listen to these principles of life that I'm telling you, your life will be completely different within the next week, next year, next week, next month, next year, next 5 years. I promise you, but you got to pay attention. Another very important thing that you have to begin to do, for those of you who are not doing it, is take accountability for everything that happens in your life. Well, Prince, I got to take accountability for everything. I didn't do this. Yeah, you did. You have to own up and take responsibility for everything that takes place in your life. Let me give you an example about what I'm talking about. It's going to take you a long time to master these things, many years. But if you listen to me and you focus on these things, you will see a vast improvement in your life. Here we go. The guy was driving down the street, got out the car, took his wife to the movies, and as he was walking back to his car, a robber came out and stuck him up. I didn't make that guy rob me. You did. For one thing, you always thought about somebody sticking you up, somebody robbing you, somebody taking from you. He thought about those things in his past. So he caused that to happen. But he doesn't want to be accountable for those things. Another thing that you would have to consider when the robber came out and robbed you, you have to take accountability. It wasn't the robber's fault what took place in your life. You're responsible for that. Why? Because you didn't have to come out at that time. You didn't have to be there. You could have been somewhere else. You could have been doing something else. You could have stayed in the house. You got to find a way to hold yourself accountable for everything that happens in your life. Once you begin to master that, you'll begin to make better decisions in your life. And the decisions being better will be more profitable decisions in your life. Well, I didn't want to marry that guy. Well, why'd you marry him? He's a horrible guy. He's a horrible father. He's one of the worst. She's a horrible woman. You can't talk about her, bro, because you picked her. You chose her. You know, you can't be mad at the woman who doesn't want to do any longer. She fell out of alignment. What you do, you held on to her. So how can you hold her responsible when you held on to her and didn't let her go? When you knew she wasn't going to give you and provide for you the way that you thought she was. Same thing, vice versa with a woman. When you into a courtship with a guy, hopefully you've had a courtship with a guy, or you're in a courtship with a guy, well, all those red flags you see, if you ignore those red flags in the beginning, hold yourself accountable for anything that takes place in that marriage on a negative side. Because he showed you who he was. But because he looked so good or he had so much money, you felt, I could live without that, until you actually had to live without it. I don't have to have somebody laying in the bed holding me at night. Now he lays on the other side of the bed. You knew he wasn't going to hold you because he never held you before. But now you upset. You want somebody that's going to be there for you all the time. If we ever learn to stop blaming somebody else for our problems, our lives will significantly get better. The mental stress will be relieved when you now hold responsibility for your own actions. And we have to begin to do this as well. We have to begin to be accountable or hold ourselves accountable for everything, not just the majority, but everything that takes place in our lives. Because every action deserves a reaction. And if you see it this way, you'll understand what I'm saying. You like Sister Laurel, she put up earlier that she was almost in a car accident. She turned and two cars collided. I believe that's the way she worded it. Two cars collided. Now, if Sister Laurel had been a little bit faster on the gas pedal, she would have been involved in an accident. But because she wasn't as heavy on the gas pedal, the Creator allowed her not to be, which spared her from that accident. Had she been in that accident, she couldn't blame anybody else. She has to learn that it was her responsibility. She got in that accident because of the actions she took in life. So because of her actions, she was saved from that accident. All praise to the Most High King. You follow me? So this goes on many different levels. A lot of us are broke today because of our actions. Most of us, anybody that's here, you're broke because of the actions that you did. You're single because of the actions that you did. You got that disease because of the actions that you did. Hold yourself accountable for that, and everything in your world will begin to change. There are some of us who always quick to blame somebody else for things that take place in our lives. And we have to begin to blame ourselves for everything that happens in our lives because we were the initiators. We allowed it to take place, and we made those decisions to walk in that direction. So we cannot continuously blame others for what has taken place in our lives. Y'all follow me? We on the same page? All right? So what am I saying? Ultimately, how you think produces your future. The things you put into your system, the things you read, the type of books that you read. And a lot of our females got that problem reading them fantasy sex novels written by these single, lonely women about these men, these great 6'2" men, 290 pounds and 6'2" and fine as all daylight outdoors and filthy rich with a mansion and a yacht coming to sweep them off their feet. They feed that fantasy to their subconscious mind. And then when the man that looks pretty decent might make $100,000 a year, he's a good father to his children, a good husband, all those, they don't want him because they have in their mind, in their subconscious mind, they have fed a desire for something bigger and better and greater than a good man, than a righteous man, than a man that's good to his children, good to his nashim or his family, or however it goes. They'll look right past that because they're looking for that fantasy man that they read about in those novels. Now, while they're looking for that fantasy man that they read about in that novel, it doesn't stop them from having sex with Jim Brown and Johnny around the corner. They don't close up the snatch. They just won't marry him. But they call themselves Hebrew Israelites, but they're not living righteously before the Creator because they got a fantasy in their minds about what they want, but they also have a desire to get satisfied, temporary satisfaction from whoever they can get it from. There's a secret there, family. It is called sacrifice. Do not give yourself to anyone that's not going to fit what you need in your life to draw closer to the Creator. Always remember that. So with those two things in mind, we will build a better future for our lives, and we will be better prepared to raise children in this world. May the Most High be praised. All right, Ima, where we at? She said, if any of you are enjoying this thus far, please put the thumbs up. You can share the page. You can share it to your social media, to your Instagram, Facebook, wherever you at. You can share it. You can ring the bell. Ring the bell will give you notifications when we go live. All right? May the Most High be praised. Ima?
All right. All right, and shalom, everyone. Shabbat shalom. It is time for our laws, commandments. Y'all can see it scrolling down. It says Recite, share, and explain one of your choosing, except for the first 10, which are reserved for the young Yaladim. And our first law is being brought to us or posted by Malcolm Higdalia. And her law can be found in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 25, 11 through 12. And it reads, when men strive together one with another, and the wife of the one draweth near her to deliver her husband out of the hand of him that smiteth him, and putteth forth her hand and taketh him by the secrets, then thou shalt cut off her hand, thine eyes shall not pity her. Her explanation is, to me, this speaks to the importance of a woman staying in her place out of the business of men, as well as indicate how important the ability to procreate is. She can lose her life for She can lose her life for potentially threatening his ability to procreate. It doesn't even say that has to be a definitive outcome.
May the Most High be praised. Put her above.
Get into it. My sister wife's law. And so while I'm scrolling, if you have a law and you want me to read it or you want to come forward, you may. Just finding this. All right. So my sister wife's law can be found in the book of Numbers, Bamidbar, chapter 5, verse 11 through 31. Oh, Lord, y'all want me to just read. She's not here, so I don't think she's coming. Chapter 5. All right. And it reads.
You want me to read it?
I got it. It's already up. And it reads, and the Most High spoke unto Moshe, saying, speak unto the children of Yisrael, and say unto them, if any man's wife go aside and commit a trespass against him, and a man lie with her carnally, and it be hid from the eyes of her husband, and be kept close, and she be defiled, and there be no witness against her, neither she be taken with the manner, and the spirit of jealousy come upon him, and he be jealous of his wife, and she be defiled, or if the spirit of jealousy come upon him, and he be jealous of his wife, and she not be defiled, then shall the man bring his wife unto the priest, and he shall bring her offering. He shall bring her offering for her, the 10th part of an ephah of barley. He shall pour no oil upon it, nor put frankincense thereon, for it is an offering of jealousy, an offering of memorial, bringing iniquity to remembrance. And the priest shall bring her near and set her before the Creator. And the priest shall take holy water in an earthen vessel, and of the dust that is in the floor of the tabernacle the priest shall take, and put it into the water. And the priest shall set the woman before the Most High, and uncover the woman's head, and put the offering of memorial in her hands, which is the jealousy offering. And the priest shall have in his hand the bitter water that causeth the curse. Verse 19. And the priest shall charge her by an oath, and say unto the woman, if no man have lain with thee, and if thou hast not gone aside to uncleanliness with another instead of thy husband, be thou free from this bitter water that causeth the curse. But if thou hast gone aside to another instead of thy husband, and if thou be defiled, and some man have lain with thee beside thine husband, then the priest shall charge the woman with an oath of cursing. And the priest shall say unto the woman, the Most High make thee a curse and an oath among thy people, when the Most High doth make thy thigh to rot and thy belly to swell. And this water that causeth the curse shall go into thy bowels to make thy belly to swell, and thy thigh rot. And the woman shall say, okay, amen, amen. 23. And the priest shall write these curses in a book, and he shall blot them out with the bitter water. And he shall cause the woman to drink the bitter water that causeth the curse. And the water that causeth the curse shall enter into her and become bitter. Then the priest shall take the jealousy offering out of the woman's hand, and shall wave the offering before the Creator and offer it upon the altar. And the priest shall take an handful of the offering, even the memorial thereof, and burn it upon the altar, and afterward shall cause the woman to drink the water. And when he hath made her to drink the water, then it shall come to pass that if she be defiled and have done trespass against her husband, that the water that causeth the curse shall enter into her and become bitter, and her belly shall swell, and her thighs shall rot, and the woman shall be accursed among her people. Verse 28. And if the woman be not defiled, but be clean, then she shall be free and shall conceive seed. This is the law of jealousies, when a wife goeth aside to another instead of her husband and is defiled, or when the spirit of jealousy cometh upon him, and he be jealous over his wife, and shall set the woman before the Most High, and the priest shall execute upon her all this law. Then shall the man be guiltless from iniquity, and this woman shall bear her iniquity. So her explanation is, my law is the law of jealousy from husband to wife. If a husband suspects the wife has been unfaithful and defiled their marriage, even if she is innocent, he shall take her to the priest to take the water of curses. If she is innocent, then the water will not be bitter, and she will conceive child, I believe, as reward for going through this process. However, if she be guilty, then the curse explained will show on her body, and she shall be known as cursed. And then she says, I guess since the husband rules over the wife, there's no jealousy law for the wife to the man. I believe if the husband actually commits adultery, he should be taken to the judges, maybe. But there is a law for that. But all right, you ready? You want to say something?
I sure do want to say something. I sure do want to say something. Sadly, this is a real situation in real life today. Sadly, people who call themselves by the name of Yisrael are also guilty of these abominations. And even more sadly is that a lot of the males in these relationships with these type of women will not hold those women accountable. A lot of the males will say it's my fault she did this. The Creator didn't say that in the scriptures. A lot of trust was put onto a woman to be faithful, truthful, and honest in their relationship. You see, a lot of trust was put in the hands of a woman. Woman doesn't understand her responsibility. There are so many females today who are guilty of that abomination, but it never came into that man's mind that his wife has done such a thing. So therefore, he don't question her. And I know some of y'all in the background right now cussing me out, angry and upset and frustrated about what it is that I'm saying. But what I'm speaking is a fact. These things happen in this culture that we live in, and they happen with Israelite women. The Creator has a remedy for that. The Creator says you go, you bring the woman before the priest in those days, but a lot of us don't have priests today. We don't even have anyone who sits in the position of an acting priest, which we don't have spiritual leaders. So therefore, how do you resolve this problem? This is my opinion, that one of the best ways you can simply do it is make your wife swear to the Most High that she has not done so. Then that curse, whatever that curse or that punishment will be, is lifted up off of you as the husband. And it will solely fall on her and her soul and not you. But if you are a male or a man and you have that feeling that your wife has stepped out on you and you do nothing about it, whatever her punishment would be, that curse or that punishment falls on you and your household. And it will remain there until that relationship comes to an end. The problem is that a lot of people, their wives or their women have them so wrapped up that they have it in their minds that it's wrong for them to assume that she would do something like that. And I'm telling you, brothers, don't ever assume that your woman will never do nothing like that, because you never know. If your wife, if you got a wife that you know that's really living this law to the best of her ability for real, then you could probably let your guard down a little bit. But if you got that kind of wife that's out partying all the time, that's out having fun with her girlfriends on girls' night out, she drinks a little bit, she smokes a little bit, I'm going to tell you, bro, don't put your guard down, because you got to be real careful. When you got those kind of women that's living both in law and in the streets, you got to be careful about those types of women. You got to really just pretty much let them go to the streets, because the streets is going to consume them. Evil spirits usually overpower positive spirits when it comes to human nature, because you got to be a super master disciplined person to control that from the negative energies entering into you. People are more so prone to negativity than they are positivity. So although she's married to you, she's an Israelite, she prayed to the Most High, she gives herself to the desires of the world. It's just a matter of time before she gives herself to another man or a male. And you won't know, because she did it with her girlfriends on that sister trip that they took to the Bahamas or Jamaica or wherever they went. What's that man name? Eddie Murphy used to say, Dexter. Dexter is over there waiting. And Dexter, he does this all the time, so he knows how to manipulate the women that come from certain places over to their place for a trip with her girlfriends. He's waiting. Dexter is there. And your woman, she leaves her righteousness when she gets on that boat and goes on that trip. You don't think so, but I'm just telling you, your woman could not be one of those ones. But if you find your women doing these things, chances are she's one of those ones. Righteous women are in righteous situations, and they try to keep themselves covered in righteousness at all times. Them girl trips, where they go on those trips and take those trips on those boats or vacations, even girls' night out, most of the time is bad. Unless they're over at a sister's house studying the Bible, or having an event for a sister or a brother, and you are invited if you want to come. But usually when they talk that girl trip, that girl stuff, it's usually got a lot of negativity or negative energy around it. You got to be real careful when you're dealing with a woman that's partly in Israel and partly in the world has a lot of influence over her. And usually when that happens, you got to bring the women up before the Almighty. And if you say in your mind, well, I'm not going to do that because she's my wife and I trust her, then whatever she's done falls on you. I don't care how much in love you are. Whatever she's done, it falls on you. So you got to be careful. You got to be careful. I could tell you anything. I could tell, oh no, your woman she's righteous. She's an Israelite. All Israelite women are righteous. All Israelite women are saints. All Israelite women are holy. But I will be lying to you, because all Israelite men are not saints. All Israelite men are not holy. All Israelite men are not righteous. So let's not play that game. We got a lot of wickedness out here in this earth. You know how many babies we have in the world today? Y'all go do a search on that on the internet. How many babies are being claimed on a man that's not theirs? And these women are married. They're married women having sex with other men, getting pregnated by other men, and blaming it on their husbands. And he's so gung-ho, so golly Joe, he's so sleep. He just accepts it. Oh, number one, number two. Oh, she got full. I had a brother, I do a lot of counseling. And my hand be to the Most High that everything I'm telling y'all is a fact and it's truthful. I had a brother from New York called me a couple years ago. He says, Prince, I'm having problems with my wife. He laid down all the situations. He told me everything that was going on. I said, bro, go get a blood test and see if those children are yours. He called me back a few weeks later. He said, Prince, I'm so thankful that I talked to you. He said, not one of those children was mine. And he had 3 to 4 children with that woman. Israelite people living this life. He said, Prince, my mother told me to call you because she knew that you will be able to help me with this situation. He laid down the problem to me. We talked for about an hour. And after that, the Most High gave it to me. He said, the Creator said, go tell them to go get a blood test for those children. And that's what I did. I said, bro, go get those children checked to see if they're your children. He never once told me that he caught his wife doing anything. He suspected. And her behavior, and that's what Numbers chapter 5 is talking about. When you feel that this thing is true, when you feel she's done this and the spirit of jealousy come upon you, when you feel another man has experienced the intimacy of your woman. Another thing is that a lot of people are in this thing that they call an open relationship, an open marriage, where as long as you tell me, you can go sleep with whoever you want to. Not in Israel. Can't do that in Israel. Because that woman is only supposed to have one man. And that's who she's connected to. That woman is only allowed to be with one man. That removes all the confusion. Well, I know some women who are married to multiple men. Well, when she get pregnant, who the baby daddy? Anyone she pick. Anyone she pick is the baby daddy, especially if the men look alike. Now you better go get a blood test. It wouldn't be necessary, would it, if she wasn't sleeping around with all these different men? You know, this is strange how the Most High set all this up. It is us as people who has defiled the Most High's law. And then we call ourselves by the name of Yisrael. Do you know how many babies out here in this world right now are claiming a man is their daddy and that man is not their daddy, and they believe it? I used to watch them shows all the time, Family Court, Paternity Court. I used to watch it all the time. And you will be amazed how many people, and the women get up there and give the great stories. Some of them get up there and be lying, be crying and everything. Get you all emotionally believing her until the test comes back. And when the test comes back, you are not the daddy. And it's a shame. So the Most High knew exactly what he was doing when he allowed Numbers, the 5th chapter, to be in the scriptures, when a man get a spirit of jealousy that he is to take his wife and have her drink a solution and see what's going on with her. Because the Most High ain't gonna lie. But the problem is a lot of males won't challenge the Most High's authority to see if the Most High will reveal to her, because he's so much in love. I would suggest that even if you've been married for 20 years to this woman, never caught her cheating on you, I would suggest you go get your blood test on all your children just to verify that they're yours. Just to verify that they're your children. Even if you don't believe she's cheating on you, you don't have to. And I'm not saying that she did, but just to come, and there's never a question, go get the blood test done. Just go get the test done. You know, just go get it done. Brothers, I'm telling you right now, I'm not saying that your woman cheated on you. I'm not saying that your woman is an adulteress. All I'm saying is to clear your spirit of any doubt, go get them children tested. And if you want to go, and I happen to believe that those tests that they sell at the drugstore, I actually believe that they work. Go to the drugstore. They might charge you $100 for a test, and you got 9 children. Go get the test done, $900. You ain't got to do them all at one time. Do them once a month. But go get those tests and verify the validity of those children, that they belong to you. And if you want nobody to know that you did it, put a phony name on the test. They don't ask you for ID. Put a phony name on the test and send it back, and put your address so it comes back to you. And then when you get those results, it'll give you a hint. And if it says that it's not your children, then I will go get the test from the government. And I will get the government to verify whether this child is or is not mine. But those tests are usually pretty accurate. So don't just take anybody's word for it. They're your children. Don't take nobody's word for it. Go get the test done, because we need to know. There are a lot of women out here that wear garbs. They talk humble. They look neat. They got their fringes on. They show up to Shabbat service, but they be out with them girls. Them girls that ain't living a righteous life. And some of their girlfriends, they're not living a righteous life. They live the life of the streets. I remember one of my Nashim, she had some sisters, and her sisters went and had one of the girlfriends was getting married, and they had this bachelorette party. At the bachelorette party, they had go-go dancers come in. Dudes, go-go dancers. What they call them? Strippers. Yeah, strippers. Male strippers. No Israelite woman got no business sitting up in an audience of male strippers ever. And if she's married, it's even worse. You understand what I'm saying to you? But we do it. Why? Because it's a thing of the world. It's a worldly tradition that many people gravitate to, hold on to, and run with. And now it's expected that if you're getting married, you got to get some strippers. This is your last chance to freak out, they say. This is your last chance to freak out. And you know, a lot of times when you got those strippers, when you got those bachelorettes parties, those male strippers do a lot of stuff to those girls. Sometimes they get penetrated. Sometimes they do lip service. They do all types of things that are violations in the eyes of the Most High. And it should never be that way. When you're an Israelite, upright, law-abiding individual. Never should be that way. But who am I? But a servant of the Most High, trying to expose you to the realities of life. We have to be mindful, family, so that we do not incur sin upon ourselves. You know? Israelite having a bachelorette party, and the first thing they think about is how they can have their little bit of fun sexually is a problem. That shows you a lot about what their future is going to look like. But I'm going to leave that alone now. I think I've already exposed the realities of truth there. Any of my brothers that are in the audience that's hearing these things, know for a fact that no other man and no other woman has the right to be doing things to your woman that you would not allow to be done. You understand what I'm saying to you? Her body is for you and nobody else. And that's it. You have to understand that. There's a lot of males out here today that their women, they have what they call a break. We broke up for a little bit of time. Their women went and slept with other men or other women. And they know it. And they know it. But they allow them to come back. That's against the law. You can't do that. Once your woman has been out there and slept with another man or another woman, she can't have you again. You can't be with her again. Those are things that's violations in the laws of the Most High. And it should not be done in Israel. Shabbat shalom, Imam.
Shabbat shalom, Shabbat shalom. Most High be praised.
Absolutely. What's going on?
Oh no, I'm just enjoying everything that's being shared and all the information on this service.
You look so special today, Imam. What's going on with you? What you
Oh,
doing?
I have myself a very brand new wrap, and it is a mud cloth. I love it.
May the Most High be praised. To the Rabbah. How's Abba? Tell Abba I say shalom.
Shalom.
Hey, young man.
I'm here.
All right. May the Most High be praised. To the Rabbah.
Toda Rabbah.
What you want to talk about, Ima?
Well, I just want to piggyback off of all of the wonderful stuff that you're sharing with us. And I do have to say, unfortunately, that a lot of things are true. Especially living in the diaspora, we are living Lot's life, if we think about it, instead of living Abraham's life. And because of that, we have taken over most of the ways of the nations, and we're doing all of this, perverse things and perverse and lascivious lifestyles is a part of the things that we have to remove ourselves from. It is part of the detox process. And not to say that what you're saying is not true. It is absolutely true, and it's wrong. Absolutely wrong. But we have the problem not only with just it permeates down to our children. It is a way of us not having control over our minds and our bodies and the things that we do when we say we want to serve Most High, or just life in general, morals. Because I have three things I'm looking at right now. When we say that the Old Testament or the Most High ways is done away with and we're on to something new and different, so to speak, that's a lie. And the lie stands with every nation on the earth that is supposedly aware and living in a society that is supposed to be intelligent, stands on the shoulders of the commandments of the Most High. And only the way you can look at that is those commandments are considered crimes when people do them inside their societies. So that's first. So then when we start talking about adultery, and we are talking about how people do not want to, are jealous. And the sister had asked the question, what is it for concerning the men in Israel as well as the women? Well, you've already clearly explained what's going on with the women. But on the men's side, the Most High is clear that you can only have a relationship with a single woman that's not attached to any kind of man. So if you get into relationships where the woman is, I got a boyfriend, or I got a friend with benefits, or I got
a work husband.
Right, a work husband, which my husband can attest to. Somebody told him that he went off. But anyway, those are things that are considered adultery on the man's side. So women can be jealous. We also have, when we have men that is going and taking up with women of the nations that have lascivious attitudes and stuff and bringing it home to their Israelite wives. And that is something else that is wrong. And the Most High does not look favorably upon that. And on top of all of that, the Most High does not look favorably upon deception. So if you are making agreements with your woman, your because your Isha is your woman, okay, and we call it your wife or what have you. If you and a man and a woman are making love talk or what have you, they're making promises to each other and all of that kind of thing, of what they're not going to do. Things have been said before the marriage that then things that they're going to do and things that they're not going to do. When they start being deceptive, that's a form of adultery too. So we have to think of ourselves as actual children of the Most High. We represent God. We represent the Holy One, the El of power over all things. And he has a set of character that he wants for his people. And that character is not to be compromised, tweaked, changed around. We just have to accept it. That's what part of the humbling ourselves is, accepting that. We don't want to dress like it. We want the boobs out. We want to show how manly we are with just dripping and doing all kinds of craziness. Ain't none of it right. Ain't none of it right. We need to get it together. Holiness is what it is. We're going to be holy or we're not going to be holy. We're going to straddle the fence and we'll live in Lot's world with all of this filthiness all around us. That's Lot's world. Abraham didn't live around all of that. And only 3 people survived that whole ordeal. Only 3. And then all the things that happened behind that was even wrong because it was in the mindset to do that. Oh, I'm going to sleep with my father. All of that kind of stuff. Think about it, people. What we going to be? What we going to do? Who we going to be? We're going to keep talking for the next 20, 30, 40 years or what we're going to do? Because I've been hearing a whole lot of stuff and I'm waiting to see us do something. And when you get people in your midst that want to try to add to and help out, don't just push them out because of your insecurities. Don't push them away. Give them a chance. That might be that thing you've been praying for by the Most High. That might be that opportunity. Yes, get your standards in place. Get your rules in place. Don't have nobody come through the door and they don't even know what you about. Hold on. Here. Welcome. Here, take this pamphlet and it gives you some understanding as to how to conduct yourself and what our rules are here at this community. So that person can come in on the right foot, so that everything inside the place can be on the right foot, because you can bring somebody through your door and it becomes a curse automatically.
What's the name of the lesson? What's the name of the lesson?
What's the name of this lesson? Which lesson?
You see it right there on the screen, right?
Yeah.
How do you know if you're being blessed by the devil? And what you and
right,
what you
right.
That's right.
Exactly. So I guess that the Most High saying he's co-signing what the lesson is about.
Here we go.
Through my voice, because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to help us move forward, and I am definitely on your side. But I'm saying we have to think about the whole picture. The whole picture. And I hope I'm blessing someone out there with these words. Because I care. It's important. I want to be Israel. Like I said, I told you last week, I went through a long detox when I first started, and I'm still here. I done been pushed around a little bit with a lot of things that I've done, things that other people done, but I'm still hanging on to the Most High. So anyway, Think about those things. There's a lot of things that we do and we justified and we need to not do anymore. We need to move forward, and we need to move forward with wisdom. Don't bring discord into your home. If you know that you have said and done things in one situation, and now you're just turning around and deciding that you're going to do it a different way, and you're going to be sneaky to your spouse, and you're going to be sneaky around and doing things, that is discord. That is not being faithful. So if you're not faithful, that's adultery.
That's right.
All right. That's all I have to say.
All
Praise the
right.
Most High. I hope I did not say anything detrimental to anyone. I pray that the Most High is acceptable of my words, because my words are said with love. And I pray that the Most High blesses my words, that everyone that hear it is blessed. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbi, man. You want to comment on that? Absolutely. Everything she said was right. Absolutely correct. To the point. May the Most High be praised. I like it when people come on the screen and express themselves. Even if I disagree with what they say, I like it the fact that they have that voice to be boisterous and to express themselves and say what they have to say. But Ema comes on the screen and she enhances the lessons. Every week, she just enhances them, take them to another level. May the Most High be praised. Absolutely. That's what happens. All right. So did we have any other commandments you needed to do, Ema?
Shabbat shalom, everyone. Yes. Reading Zaquena Kenya's law, which can be found in the book of Leviticus, Vayikra, chapter 10, verse 1 through 3. And it reads, And Nadab and Abihu, the sons of Yaharon, took either of them his censer and put fire therein and put incense thereon and offered a strange fire before the Creator, which he commanded them not. And there went out fire from the Creator and devoured them, and they died before the Most High. Then Moshe said unto Yaharon, This is it that the Most High spoke, saying, I will be sanctified in them that come nigh me, and before all the people I will be glorified. And Yaharon held his peace. Zaquena Laurel's explanation, this verse teaches me to be mindful that the Most High is set apart and definitely deserves respect and honor always above all. Yaharon's silence is an acknowledgement to the fact.
I like the part where it says, I will be glorified. I will be glorified. Strange fire. Strange fire is when you do something, you try to introduce something to the Most High that he didn't tell you to do. But you do it, but it's not like you're giving glory to him. It's something that you're doing that's taken away from the principles that he laid out. There's a lot of rumors that these men, when they did this, they were drunk, they was intoxicated. The Creator made a law that you're not supposed to approach him when you're in that manner. I think it's in that same chapter. But there's also a way that you can do strange fire to the Most High and it be an abomination before the Most High. And that's why he tells us not to learn the ways of the nations around about us, not to worship him in a manner that they worship their deities. You follow me? The Most High tells us not to worship him in a manner that they have learned to worship their deities. But a lot of us don't listen to the Most High. And what we do is we take the religions that we came from and we incorporate them right into our practice to worship the Almighty. The Creator is saying that that's an abomination. He doesn't want that. To him, that's a strange fire. When you leave a religion, you leave their deities right with them. And you come and you worship the Most High and the Most High alone. We're going to read later on, Creator willing, if he allows us to get to it, we're going to read later on how when someone served the Most High and they went into a place of worship with people who was serving the Most High had defiled that place of worship with the idols, they tore the place down, set it on fire, burned it up. The holy temple, they burned it up because it was defiled. And we can do that by bringing in these teachings and these disciplines from the way that these people worship their deities, by incorporating it into our service to the Most High. Give them back their gods. Give them back their practices. Can you imagine an Israelite coming in here and talking about he's speaking in tongue? The Creator ain't about that mess. But we do it, don't we? We do it. May the Most High be praised. Did you have another commandment? I thought I saw another one, but you go do yours and I'll look for the other one I thought I saw.
Shabbat shalom, everyone. My law can be found in the book of Leviticus, Vayikra, chapter 19, verse 14, and it reads, "Thou shalt not curse the deaf, nor put a stumbling block before the blind, but shalt fear the Most High thy power. I am the Creator." Of course, that law stood out to me because of the fact of what it stated. To me, of course, I feel like it's very understandable, no explanation needed. But just my understanding, it says, "Thou shalt not curse the deaf, nor put a stumbling block before the blind." And so for me, that just means that we have to look out for those who are less fortunate, and not just those who are deaf physically or blind physically, but who are blind mentally, emotionally, spiritually, even financially, and the same with the deaf. Because we know that sometimes when we think of the deaf, we're only really thinking of those who have that can't hear, but we call it a disability. And so for me, I'm just thinking of this in a manner of the Most High speaking of it on so many levels. Of course, I'm not him, so I'm not adding to his word, but this is my understanding. And so to say that law, that we're not supposed to curse the deaf, meaning like curse them because they don't know better or they didn't hear it right. Like sometimes we have to readjust how we're talking or speaking, because some people are, their hearing has been closed off for righteous hearing because of the deeds that they're doing in life. But we're not supposed to just go around cursing them for whatever it is they're doing. We have to find a different way to approach them. That's a lot of the things that we feel like we have power over others. It's not really our power. It's the Most High's doing. And that's why he's letting us know what we're supposed to do and what we're not supposed to do. And even putting a stumbling block in front of the blind, like leading somebody astray or leading them wrong, whether it be a parent, a teacher, a friend. People do this. They take this attitude of, well, they won't know they don't know if it's good or bad because I'm showing them, but you're leading them wrong. That's a stumbling block, because when you lead somebody to either go against the Creator or break the law, that's a stumbling block. You're causing them to err, which you're erring in a manner too, because the Most High is telling you not to do it. And the end of it, he says, "But shalt fear thy power. I am the Most High." So he's telling us that we shall fear him, revere him, respect, honor, and humble ourselves before him. And with doing so, that means we are going to treat one another with love and kindness. We're not going to curse the deaf. We're not going to put stumbling blocks against the blind. We're not going to basically treat each other in wickedness. And when I started, I said, whether it be a teacher, a parent, a friend, because all of these people can do that to you. There are parents who can cause their children to be deaf or cause their children to be blind, and then also lead their children in error. And so we have to be mindful as parents as well, how we are raising up our children, because, there are precepts about that as well. So that's pretty much where I am with that. Zehu.
All right. May the Most High be praised, our King, our Master, our Savior, our Protector, and our Guide. Y'all see this shawl I got on? Let me show y'all. Y'all see this shawl? See that E green on back? It says "Holy unto the Most High." Sister Laurel gave this to me. Yeah, she made it. She handmade these, several years ago, and she gave it to me as a gift. I thank her for the look, the little fringes, tassels on it, fringes on the bottom of it. It's a beautiful piece. Thank you, sis. I greatly appreciate it. I cherish what you give me. It's 100% cotton. It's real heavy too. This is a nice piece. It was a little chilly in the temple this morning, so I had to put it on. It's a beautiful piece. Holy unto the Most High. And y'all see that up top on the writing, that Hebrew writing right there at the top? That's what that says. Holy unto the Most High. All right. So if there's no more people who would like to thank the Most High, we're going to get into our lesson for the day. Sister Esther, lost but found, she says, yes, it is. It's a beautiful piece. Thank you. There you go. It says, isn't that what Eli's sons did in the temple? Eli's sons did some horrible things. Eli lost his life because he would not correct his children from the wickedness that they did. They were sleeping with the women. They was using the people, using usury on the people, taking the people's monies, eating the people's foods, and just being gluttonous, not properly disciplining those who were doing wrong. They were showing favoritism. They was taking bribes. They was doing all these wicked things. And they lost their lives and their father because he did not correct them. He allowed them to be wicked. He lost his. So may the Most High be praised. So their lives are lessons for us today that we got to live by in how we should be conducting ourselves as sons and daughters of the Most High. Yes. Earlier when I spoke, I said about them drinking. What chapter and verse was that we was reading just earlier with that commandment? With the strange fire.
Oh, that was Leviticus 10, verse 1 through 3.
Leviticus 10, verse 1 through 3. And I believe if you go down further in Leviticus, it starts to talk about, in that same chapter, it starts talking about how the Most High don't want you to approach him if you have wine in your system. The Creator doesn't want that. All right, so we're going to move forward, family. Today is the Shabbat day, and I am so grateful to be here with you in the assembly of the righteous. May the Most High be praised. Are there any questions or comments before we begin? And your question can be about anything in the world that you may have a question about. Are there any questions? Anyone? Do we have any questions at this time? Are there any questions? It can be about anything. It don't even matter what it's about. It could be anything, any question, any topic on any subject. And I'm guaranteed to give you an answer. It just might not be the answer you like. But I'm guaranteed to give you an answer. All right? So while you're typing your questions, we're going to get started with our lesson. Now, y'all remember last week we read about Josiah and some of the things that Brother Josiah experienced and how Brother Josiah was a great king and he was righteous before the Most High almost his whole duration of his lifetime until the end of his time. He allowed his power to go to his head and he went with King We went with the king I'm gonna get to that 1 second, sis. He went and stuck his business in King Necho, his affair, and it ended up causing him his life. The king of Egypt. It ended up causing him his life, and he died because he got involved in a situation that had nothing to do with him, because his ego had gotten so strong, because he had grown so strong and powerful. He thought he had the right to stick his nose in that man's business, and he didn't. So he lost his life, and then his son took over after that. All right. Yes, yes. All right, so we're going to deal with the first comment. Going back to Yeshayahu 55, should we be charging people in the days to come that doesn't have money? What if they aren't? What if they can't barter? Well, that depends on the situation. This is what I'll say. For anyone who's living a righteous life to the best of their ability, when that time comes, they won't have to pay anything. But you will have a lot of outsiders who are not living righteously, who will pretend to be living a righteous life to serve the Most High, just so that they can get and partake of your food and the little bit of rations that you might have for those who are really sacrificing for the Creator. Everybody has to be tried. Everybody has to be tested. And once you find out that these people are not really about the Most High's business, then you got to let them go. So you shall feed everybody. You should clothe everybody. You should house everybody that you are able to feed, clothe, and house for the time that you're able to do that. But when you find out that these people are not really in this way of life serving the Most High to the best of their ability, and not just that, but they're not just good people. They don't live the life of righteous people. Then you got to be real careful about what you do for these individuals and how you do it. Because if people are wicked and you're feeding them, then that means that you're agreeing to their wickedness. First thing we have to do is we have to remember the rules or principles of discipline, and that is to provide for self. Because if you don't, you ever fly a plane? And, when you get on a plane, they have a set of instructions that they give you when you get on a plane about if the plane crashes. One of those instructions is that if the plane is about to crash or is going down and oxygen is lost in the cabin, the first thing you're supposed to do is put an oxygen mask on yourself before you put an oxygen mask on your child or anyone else. Self-preservation is first. And as a community, before we can reach out to others and provide for everyone else, because our plane might be going down, we have to first make sure that the community is strong and that the community can survive before we begin to put an oxygen mask on everybody else. And that's what Black folk don't realize. Black folk don't want to make sure that they cool before they try to give to everybody else. That's why so many of us are so broke right now, because a little bit of rations that we have, we're giving out to Gucci, Louis Vuitton, and everybody else that are not us. We're not feeding ourselves. We're not supplying money to FUBU. FUBU is us. Let's leave Adidas alone and let's give money to FUBU. We got an Israelite brother, what's his name? Morey Mishael's son. We got an Israelite brother here who also designs sneakers. We can give money to those people. Morey Yaya. We can give money to those people when we want to buy sneakers and clothes, and that's feeding ourselves. That's providing for ourselves first before we just give all of our money out to everyone else. We want to listen to music, feed Israelite artists first. You want to go shopping? Go to the Israelite grocery stores first. You know, these are the things that we should be doing, taking care of self first. So when we have a community, you want to donate money to a community, donate money right here to your community first. And whatever you have left, if you got something left, then you might want to give them a little bit of what you have left, as long as you got enough. You understand what I'm saying? But black folk has been given their last, supporting the needs and means for everyone else before they feed themselves. And we always should take care of ourselves first. First, always. So the question my sister is asking, should we be charging people in the days to come that don't have money? A lot of those people will be scammers. They may have money, but won't want to share their money. So you got to be careful who those people are. But if the people are about you and they're living in your community and they've been here helping to build what you got going on, then you know you got to do right by them. People who come knocking on your door, you got to be careful. You got to test them. You got to screen them just to be certain. Okay, you got to be certain. They aren't any authentic Israelites set up anywhere around here, sadly. Then pack up and come and move to Georgia. Pack up and come and move to Georgia. You can rent your house out and you can build a house here on the land. Or you can live in a house here on the land. You ain't got to be in Florida. You ain't got to be all the way out there. You can come live right here in our community with us. You and everybody else in your household. So then you'll be in the midst of a community. And your income can come from you renting your house out. Your house can bring you enough money to pay your mortgage and take care of your expenses here while you're living here in the community. It's always a way. Always a way. She says there are no authentic Israelites set up anywhere around here. And you probably right. But we got one right here. So come on, let's go. What's next? What's next? Hook us up with the designer's website after sunset, please. Kane, I'll do my best. May the Most High be praised. FUBU is for us, by us. That's real big. Just type in FUBU, F-U-B-U. And then the other brothers with the music and to make the sneakers, I'll look into all that when we're done. I do have his number, so I can give him a call and try to get all that set up. But we got to start taking care of ourselves first before we start providing the needs of everybody else. All right. Sister Laurel. Sister Laurel says that I realize that many people have their view and experiences in life. But if a woman needs financial help, and the man who says he loves a woman and begs her to marry him, but he will not invest money in any woman that's not his, what advice? Okay, let me read that again. What advice do you offer? Let me read that again so I fully understand. I realize that many people have their view and experiences in life. But if a woman needs financial help, and the man who says he loves a woman and begs her to marry him, but he will not invest money in any woman that's not his, what advice do you have for that woman? I don't know if I fully understand that, Sister Laurel. So let me try to tell you what I think you're saying. If a woman needs help and a man is talking to this woman saying, woman, I know you need help, but I need a wife. Can you be my wife? And the woman is not deciding to be that man's wife, but yet she still needs help. But the man says, well, I'm not going to give money to anybody who is not my wife. What do you suggest that woman does? Okay. Well, if the woman has a community, she can go to her community leader and try to get some help. If she got a brother, a father, or anyone else on that nature, she can go to them for help. That's where she should be. No Israelite woman should ever be without the covering of a man in her life. Now, if she has a spiritual covering that's not her husband or her father, then maybe she can get some assistance from him. Or maybe she should take that man up on his offer of being his wife so that she can get the provisions that she needs. And if she has children, that's even more of a reason for her to probably make that sacrifice of giving herself and her family over to the responsibilities of that man. So that's just me, just without really understanding fully what you're saying. That's just me giving an explanation based on the principles I understand that part of your question. If I have not answered that, please make it clear to me so I can get it correct, what you're asking or what you're saying. All right. Ima Havaret says, a Israelite man should only pursue a relationship with a completely unattached woman for the purpose of marriage. We do not sleep around, no physical intimacy activity. Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. Cain, that can be tricky. Oh, okay, I answered your question. Then okay, all right, Toda Rabbah. Toda Rabbah. I pray that I have. But if that single woman, let's say that single woman has the opportunity to be in a community, then there should be men in that community who would be willing to help her and provide for her, especially leadership, who will be willing to help and provide for her as long as she's living a righteous life, so that she doesn't have to succumb to force with a man just because of the sake that she needs someone to help and provide for her. You understand what I'm saying? I pray that y'all understand. But it's never good for an Israelite woman to be alone. Never good. In no situation, no matter what your age is. You could be 21. It's never good for you to be alone out the job force, working, providing for yourself. Some may think it is. Some may think it's appropriate. Some may think it's acceptable. But I'm sharing with you that it's not appropriate and it's not acceptable. It should never be that way. Ever. Are there any other questions or comments, family? Are there any other questions or comments? Anybody wishing to speak? Here's the key. You can hit that, come in, and you can speak your opinion, voice your opinion. Are there any other questions or comments? I'll move on now, but you can always come in if you choose to say anything. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Josiah was what the question was about last week. We read about King Josiah and his death in battle because of his ego, or his mind got elevated above his purpose and his calling. The Most High had raised up King Necho to do a job over in Egypt, and Josiah tried to get in the way. All right. Sister Laurel says some women would not consider him because he didn't help when they needed help. All right. Well, I see, I got to explain this sometimes. I got to explain this. Unless that man is in a position of leadership, he really don't have an obligation to just any old strange woman just popping up saying, hey, I need some help. He doesn't. And even in leadership, you still have to be circumspect about who you share your finances with. Yeah. Because as I said earlier, those finances that the Most High bless you with is for your people first. And your people means the people of your community, the people that you are constantly in contact with. So Sister Laurel, it's a lot of things about that situation that I'm not privy to, and I don't know if you're just saying things hypothetically or not. There's a lot of situations, things around that I'm not sure about, and I just can't give an infinitive answer or a definite answer because you haven't worded everything that I need to know in detail. If you want to, you can word it all and then I can deal with it. But as an Israelite man, and some woman just said, I'm looking for a wife. Say we on the Israelite, what is the name of that group? Israelite dating site. It's a group on Facebook. So let's say I meet you and you on that page and we've been talking for about 2 or 3 weeks. And you say to me, hey, listen, I'm going to get put out of my house. I need $700 to pay my mortgage or pay my rent, or else I'm going to be on the street. If he doesn't give it to you, I wouldn't blame him for not giving it to you. If he don't know you, he don't have to give it to you. But if you go to your spiritual leader that you've been walking with, like I heard a story about this Israelite, and he's definitely going to give it to you. He better give it to you. If he don't, he's not worthy of being in leadership. I heard this story about this woman who had been in the church for over 30 years. I think I told y'all about this last week or the week before. And she was an old elderly lady, and she ended up losing a house because she went to the church and told the church she couldn't pay bills, but yet she paid her 10% every week. She told the church that she couldn't pay bills, and she was a little older now, and she was in jeopardy of losing her home. And the pastor told her to go get a job. Pastor said he couldn't help her. In my opinion, he was wrong. In my opinion, you as an Israelite woman who walks with this community or these people, you should be able to rely on that spiritual leadership for help and support financially. You should be able to, And if the last thing that he does is he should be able to offer you some direction that you can go to get
and do a job over in Egypt and Josiah was like,
Imam Habaret.
Oh, Toda Rabah. First I want to say forgive me because I have a habit of when you guys get to stand something that's really hitting my spirit, I'll stop and I'll rewind and listen to it really a lot, and then I'll miss out on what you said next. So I do apologize for that. But I did want to make a comment about men and women's relationships. I would like to put out a plea with the Israelite community for consideration that when we are having our brothers and sisters pursue marriage and different things like that, and even coming into the congregations, that we have some health tests done and tests to make sure that everybody is healthy and on the right page for marriage and to become part of the community. I believe that it is very important nowadays because things are happening and coming up, and sometimes people are feeling they're embarrassed or what have you. I will say that rather than to say they're being deceptive. I would rather say they're embarrassed of some sort and they don't want to come forward and come clean with things. But we do have certain mandates, and our communities are very close knit, and we don't have a lot of protection sometimes that we need to have, especially according to what's written in the Torah. So maybe I would like to ask you guys to consider putting something in place so that you will know for sure that people are not carrying around STDs, not carrying around a lot of mental issues that could be detrimental to the community, and not carrying around the fact that they are not allowed into the covenant because of not being circumcised. So just wanted to bring that to our attention. And the Most High be praised. These things are very important. It's part of our covenant. And it keeps us all safe. People don't have to be crying and devastated somewhere down the line for things that were not brought out in the beginning. All right. And there was a time when this was a part of the nations too. You couldn't get married unless you had, certain tests done. But anyway, that's what I wanted to add to the service. Thank you.
Well, Iman, don't go nowhere yet.
Oh.
That's exactly what we do here at Beulah Lion Temple Kifarim.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we make the people go out and get blood tests done for venereal diseases and all those types of things
Mm-hmm.
before you come together as husband and wife.
Yes.
We do that, just to be certain. But I'm curious, what brought that question about that comment? What brought that up? What
Well,
brought that up to you?
well, no, I'm an elder in Israel, and I hear about people getting married all the time, and they always talking about their processes and stuff like that, and different things. And those things I never hear about. I never hear anybody talking about, oh, we went and had our test done and everything's good. But then it's just one of those things. Sometime down along the line, those are things that we overlook, or maybe we don't know about them because you know I have I have um I have noticed that sometimes some of our traditions change, or sometimes we become lax in our traditions, or
That's true. That's true.
yeah. So I just wanted to bring that out, and I'm hoping anybody that listens to this service or whatever, um those words are able to permeate with them, and so all of our communities can be safe and not have regret. Wisdom rather than foolishness.
May the Most High be praised.
Hallelujah. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Emma. All right. That's what I'm talking about. All right. So Sister Morel said that this man, he said he knew her for 31 years. He knows of her for 31 years, and he always wanted her. For 31 years, this man been in the background wanting her. But then when she called him up and say, "Hey, I need some help with the electric bill. Can you help me?" He said, "No, because you won't be my wife." I can't get mad at him because she not willing to give him what he want. I can't get mad at him. But again, what I say is, if that woman belonged to a community and she reached out to her spiritual leader for that help and he didn't give it to her, something's wrong. You can't make a man put his finances into something that he doesn't benefit from. And that's what he feels. So he doesn't owe her anything. And if he's been wanting her for 31 years, he's probably been chasing her, giving her hints, letting her know. But she probably kept saying, he ain't my type. You ain't my type. And because he ain't your type, then he ain't your type. Then don't ask him for nothing, and he ain't your type. That's what I would tell that woman. But it wouldn't be me because I'm in a different position. I would have to find a way to try to help her if I'm able. But that brother don't owe her nothing. He's been wanting to owe her something. He's been trying to marry her for 31 years. But she's been denying him. She's been denying him. She's been denying him. If she's a single woman, then she might need to reconsider. Because eventually somebody got to fill that slot. And he might not even have the money. Sometimes guys don't have it, but don't know how to say, I ain't got it. Sometimes. And you never know how much she's asking for. She might be asking for $100. You never know. That might be a lot of money to that guy. That guy telling me, I'm sleeping in my car. I ain't got no $100 for you. You never know. You never know people's situation. So sis, if you told me the whole story, I might get a clearer picture of the reality of it. But just off the top of my head, he been knowing her for 31 years. He ain't got no responsibility to her unless they in a community, something like that. So basically trying to keep him in her back pocket. Yeah. If he's a good man, then she should either move on and make it clear boundaries or consider him. Real simple. But the woman she's talking about, it appears as if she wants her cake and eat it too, and don't want to do the work that it takes to get her cake. That's what, yeah, the commitment part. That's probably what it is. Well, at least that's what I'm hearing. And, you know, sometimes we can be wrong because we don't know the whole situation. She just may not be interested. Well, she need to go borrow money from somebody else then if she ain't interested. Because this man is looking for a payback, and it ain't with money. He wants a wife, and he admires her. He's probably in love with her. He's probably the one she's been looking for all her life. But because she read them girly magazines, like I was telling y'all about earlier, her mind is inflated. He probably fat, out of shape. And, you know, well, fat, nobody want no fat, out of shape man anyway. If you can avoid that, you're going to try to avoid it. But if you can't, and I'm not saying that fat, out of shape men can't be good male husbands to their wives because they can't, or good fathers to their children because they can. I'm not saying that they can't. That's right. Everybody has a preference. But sometimes your preference is designed based on the music that you listen to, the videos that you watch, and everything else that goes on in life. That's what I'm trying to say. Can't make a man put his finances in something that he do not benefit himself. What makes a man want to be charitable? Nothing. It has to benefit him. And that's not true. That's not true, sis. That's why I said if it's a position of leadership, it's different. Leadership gives where leadership sees that it's needed. If he has it. If he doesn't have it, he can't give it. So it's different situations. A man will give where a man is able or wants to give. That's where he'll give. But if a man is suspicious about a situation, not trusting in a situation, I don't care how much money he got, he won't let he'll hold on to it. Or if he doesn't trust the situation, he thinks it's a sham, he won't let it go, you know? So it's strange when you're dealing with men or males. They, you know, it's hard to detect when they will. I mean, look at this for a minute, sis. Look at this for a minute. We sit up here every week and teach for how long now on this platform? About 3 years on this platform, 2 years on this platform. And most males don't give up a dime. And they benefiting from this. And they come every week, but they don't give up $1, $2, $5, $100. Most males. I think we got 2 men on this platform that gives up KSF or have ever given up KSF to support this platform. And I don't know if this one brother want me to say his name or the other brother want me to say their name. I don't know. So therefore, I don't say these people's names. But we have more females here that donate to the cause, almost none, but we do have more females here that donate. But as far as men, we don't have no men that give up. We got 2 men. But other than that, I mean, we got one that supports faithfully. And bro, you know who you are. May the Most High be with you. Thank you so very much because you are helping. Believe me, you're helping. So grateful. And then we got one brother that gives every once in a while. Bro, you helping too. We appreciate it. Anything is better than nothing. But then we got a lot of brothers who be here and in the audience in the background, and sisters who be here in the audience in the background, don't give up a dime. So you never know what makes people give up their monies or their KSF or share. So you never know. Sis says, as far as I understand, he is a working man. Yes, and every dime he probably worked for, he probably wants to keep to himself. And you have to be mindful of helping women, taking advantage of taking it as a sign of invitation to join their family. It's all risky. It's definitely their choice how and when, to what degree. It's definitely whose choice? The woman, the men? Yeah, the man's choice. How to and when he want to give it up. My father always used to say, give me the woman. They more loyal. Okay. Yeah, the women support better than the men. That's true. But in this case, the men way support past that of the women. In this case, we got women that contribute. I don't know if I can say your names, sister. If you want me to say it, sisters. I got like 2 of them on here. I don't know if you want me to. I doubt it. But anyway, we do have women who give faithfully every week, every month. I don't know how it is. But our largest contributor is a man. And we're grateful for that, brother, because he represent. Look at him. He represent. Yes. So may the Most High be praised. And I thank the Most High for working through all the people who contribute and give to Beautiful Land at Temple Kepharim, because we got a lot going on and we do a whole lot. We do a whole lot. And everything we do, we got to have fundraisers and try to raise money. And if we don't get it, y'all know where it come from, because it's got to get done. The job got to get done. So anyway, y'all know what we do. We help our people. We believe in being there for our people. If they don't have, we give. Like that sister who Sister Laurel's talking about, if that sister lived in our community, she wouldn't have a worry in the world, because we'll make sure she cool. We'll make sure she cool. If we got to go wash cars, let me say it right. If I got to go wash cars to make sure that this community gets what it needs, I'm going to go wash some cars. Matter of fact, I'll go wash a whole bus by myself with a water hose and a toothbrush to make sure that this community gets what it needs. And that's just the fact. That's how we move. All right. So are we going to get into today's lesson or not? Are there any other questions or comments, family, before we move on? And Mr. Odd, it's good to see you still with us. Are there any other questions or comments? Sister Ornette, Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you. Y'all remember when Sister Ornette used to read for us? Y'all remember Sister Ornette when she used to read for us? She had that distinct sound in her voice. Yes. She doesn't read for us anymore, y'all. I don't know why. I do not know why. But I thought I'd throw that out there. What is it that you don't think we are, Ishi? I didn't think we are. Okay. May the Most High be praised. Yeah, the sister just resigned from her job without sending in her resignation. She resigned from her job and never gave me her resignation. That's okay. That's all right. Prince took up that job anyway. I always fill in when it's needed. Yes, we're going to get to the lesson part. All right. Are there any other questions before we move forward? If not, let's get to the lesson part. Y'all remember Josiah? We was talking about Josiah. He was the king of Israel. I think Josiah had 4 sons, I think. And I think 3 of those sons is going to reign after him. And there's going to be some strange mishaps that take place to allow his sons to reign. Watch how it all goes. And then I think one of them was his grandson. But let's read on. Y'all ready? Now the rest of the acts of Josiah. Now the rest of the acts of Josiah, and all that he did. Did Sister Ornette say she was coming in to read? I don't think so. I'm telling Shabbat Shalom. And all the other acts that he did, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the king of Yehuda? In those days, Pharaoh Necho, king of Egypt, went up to the king of Assyria to the rivers Euphrates. King Josiah went to meet him, and Pharaoh Necho killed him at Megiddo as soon as he saw him. And his servants carried him dead in a chariot from Megiddo and brought him to Jerusalem and buried him in his own tomb. And the people of the land took Jehoahaz, the son of Josiah, and anointed him and made him king in his father's place. So what happened was the people chose Jehoahaz to rule after his father. But something is going to take place that's going to remove Jehoahaz from his position. Joahaz was 23 years old when he began to reign. And he reigned 3 months in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Hamutah, the daughter of Yirmiyahu of Libnah. Now, 2 of her sons are going to actually reign to be king. So now what I'm gathering so far from this information is that Brother Josiah actually had 2 wives, minimum. His mother's name was Hamutah, the daughter of Yirmiyahu of Libnah. And he did what was evil in the sight of the Most High, according to all that his fathers have done. And Pharaoh Necho, now remember, Pharaoh said that the Most High sent him on a mission. So this Pharaoh had some kind of relationship with the Almighty. Now this Pharaoh is going to take Jehoahaz, this king, and do something with him, and watch what he do. And Pharaoh Necho put him in bonds at Riblah in the land of Hamath, that he might not reign in Jerusalem, and laid on him a land of tribute of 100 talents of silver and talents of gold. And Pharaoh Necho made Eliakim, the son of Josiah, king in the place of Josiah, his father. You see what happened? Jehoahaz, the people elected Jehoahaz, but Pharaoh Necho said, no, Jehoahaz ain't going to be king over the people. He removed Pharaoh Necho removed Jehoahaz and locked him up in a place, and then let his brother reign in his stead, Eliakim. And then he gonna change Eliakim's name. Watch this. He changed his name to Jehoiakim. But he took Jehoahaz away, and he came to Egypt and died there. Now, who died there? Was it Jehoiakim? Jehoahaz? Or was it Necho? And Jehoiakim gave the silver and the gold to Pharaoh, but he taxed the land to give the money according to Pharaoh, to the command of Pharaoh. He exacted the silver and the gold of the people of the land from everyone according to the assessment, to give it to Pharaoh Necho. So it must have been that son that died there. What's the name? What's the name of this lesson today, y'all? How do you know if you are being blessed by the devil? Anybody got an answer for that? How do you know if you're being blessed by the devil? I'm going to give you a short version of the answer. One of the ways that you can tell if you're being blessed by the devil is if everybody like you. If everybody getting along with you. And you got multitudes of people there with you supporting what it is that you're saying. You know why? Because the multitudes of people despise righteousness. Although we say that's what we desire, we despise righteousness. She said, post where we're at in the scriptures. We're in 2 Kings chapter 23, verse 35. And Jehoiakim gave the silver and the gold to Pharaoh, but he taxed the land to give the money according to the command of Pharaoh. He exacted the silver and the gold of the people of the land from everyone according to his assessment to give it to Pharaoh Necho. Wow. Now, Jehoiakim, what was his name before Jehoiakim? What was Jehoiakim's name before he was named Jehoiakim? He had another name. Anybody know? Nobody know? All right, let's go back up so I can give it to you. Y'all see it? Okay. Now, what was Jehoiakim's name before his name became Jehoiakim? Nobody knows? Come on, y'all. Eliakim. We got to make this interesting, y'all. And the only way you're going to learn these things is through repetition. And this is why I ask you these things over and over and over. Eliakim. His name was changed to Jehoiakim by King Necho, the king of Egypt, or Pharaoh of Egypt. That's right, Eliakim. Jehoiakim was 25 years old. If you're wicked. That's right. That's a good way to put it too. I like that explanation. If you're wicked. He was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Zebadah, the daughter of Pedaiah of Rumah. And he did that which was evil in the sight of the Most High, according to all that his fathers have done. Now watch this. King Necho was king in Egypt. But there became a man in Babylon that became a great king. This man in Babylon that became a great king, his name was Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar is going to rise up in power and might, and he's going to be so strong, and he's going to crush King Necho. He's going to obliterate King Necho and take over King Necho's territory. In his days, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came up, and Jehoiakim became his servant for 3 years. Jehoiakim was indebted to Necho, king of Pharaoh of Egypt, because he put him in position. But the people didn't want him. He reigned for 8 years. But in the last 3 years, he became a vessel for Nebuchadnezzar. And he served Nebuchadnezzar. Then he turned and he rebelled against Nebuchadnezzar. Look at this. Look at this. What you here for, sis? What you here for? Where she go? She probably got knocked out because I was a great teaser. And then he turned and rebelled against him. So he rebelled against King Nebuchadnezzar after 3 years of servitude. Come on back in, sis. We ain't gonna argue with you. And the Most High sent against him bands of the Chaldeans, and bands of the Syrians, and bands of the Moabites, and bands of the Amorites. Now, I want to make this clear to you all of what's going on. Jehoiakim was a wicked king. He reigned over Israel. Now, all this time, he's sitting in the seat of power, reigning over Israel. Do you think that was a blessing from the Most High, or was it a blessing in disguise from the devil? You see what I'm saying? Sometimes you don't know who blessing you. You follow what I'm saying? So Jehoiakim was reigning as king. The people didn't choose him. Necho chose him. So who actually put him in position was a man and not the people. So now, as he's reigning as king, He's living high off the hog. Who is actually blessing him? Most High allowed, any way you put it, the Most High allowed him to be blessed. And because the Most High allowed him to be blessed, it doesn't mean that the Most High was the one who initiated that blessing. That happens quite often in a lot of our lives. A lot of us think these jobs we got was given to us by the Most High. The Most High will allow you to knock your child upside the head. Don't mean that the Most High caused it to be. A lot of us have positions and things in life that we do on a daily that has nothing to do with the Most High. And that's how you know when the Most High ordains it or not. If it doesn't bring good into your life and helps you to get closer to him and live a more perfect and peaceful and righteous life, then you cannot say that it is the Most High who is doing it. You follow what I'm saying? A lot of us, we got these things coming through for us in our lives, and we want to say the Most High is doing it. But how are these things getting you closer to the Creator? How are these things allowing you to worship him? How are these things bringing you more in agreement with the law of the Creator? Because anything that comes from the Most High is going to get you back to the Most High. You remember what the sister said earlier, Sister Laurel? She said, because most men don't give into something unless they're getting something out of it. I mean, that was Sister Kaza. Sister Aisha said that. And she's absolutely right. In one way, the Most High gives because the Most High is looking for you in return to do and live a righteous life. You don't have to necessarily give it to him directly, but you should give it to by feeding the poor, the fatherless, the widows, helping somebody else out in life. That's how you give it back to the Almighty. So what are you doing with these things in order for you to say that the Most High is blessing me in my life? Most of these blessings that we receive on this earth that don't, I would say all of them, that don't draw you closer to the Most High is because the Most High ain't the one that's blessing you right now. The adversary brings blessings in your life a lot of the time just to hold you stagnant, to keep you away from worshiping the Almighty like you should. That's right. She said they dangle a carrot in front of your face and turn you away from the Almighty. You got to remember, family, everything that looks like a blessing ain't a blessing. It ain't a blessing. The Most High's blessings are going to get you better and closer to him to help you to live a more righteous life. This man was hungry, couldn't even feed his family. He was working out, washing cars and sticking up bars. He was doing a whole bunch of stuff to try to feed his family. But the application he put in last year, all of a sudden they gave him a job opportunity. And he was so happy. Whoa, I got a job. I'm so happy. I'm be making $25 an hour. I'm so happy. He comes to bring it to Prince. He says, well, Prince, it's only one thing. What's that one thing? Got to work on the Shabbat. I got to work on the Shabbat. But I've been waiting for this job for so long, 2 years, Prince, but I got to work on the Shabbat. Did the Most High bless him, or did the devil bless him? Or the adversary? Did the adversary bless him? What is the adversary's job and purpose in this life of ours? The job and the purpose of the adversary is to test mankind to see if mankind is worthy of the blessings from the Creator. So that man has been struggling so hard, so long to provide for his family, even risking his own life for his family. He looked at that job as a blessing. Started saying, Toda Yotzeh, Creator, thank you so very much for this job, even though I got to work on the Shabbat day. And most people would see that as a blessing. Most people will say, well, Prince, you too hard on the brother. At least the brother got a job. But that job ain't given to him by the Creator, because the Most High ain't going to do that to you. He's not going to do that. The adversary is testing you to see if you love the Most High or if you love that job. I would almost guarantee you that if you turn that job down, I would almost guarantee you if you turn that job down, shortly thereafter, a great blessing is waiting for you. A great blessing will be waiting for you. But so many of us, we're so weak in this way of life that the first thing we get, we run with, we hold on to, and we camouflage and say, thank you, Creator, knowing that there is no way that the Most High is blessing us. And this is what we do. This is what we do. I seen some comments over here I want to try to touch on and see what's going on. Sister Nina says, if it is against his saying, this says Yah, and his laws and covenants disguised most times with some type of money, valuation, or a profit. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Sister Dosiah says, hitting it round the head. All right. May the Most High be praised. Absolutely. Y'all got to understand that when the Most High blesses you, you're blessed indeed. But when the adversarial energy blesses you, it comes in a way that takes you away from that of the Most High. And that's what we have to be careful for, because you could be wanting something for a very long time. The adversary knows what you want. How many times you sit down and talk to somebody on the phone about something you want to do, and then all of a sudden you look on the computer and the advertisements start popping up for what you just got finished talking to that person about what you want to do? Because they listening. They listening. The adversary is listening too. But the adversary, the internet, he was before the internet was even invented. He's listening too. And he knows what your conversations are. Matter of fact, you show him what your secret desires are because of what you do in the dark when you're by yourself. What you think in your thoughts by yourself. He knows what you desire. He knows what you want, and he knows how to get you. And that thing that you've been desiring the most, he'll bring into your circle so that it will hold you back from getting closer to the Most High. And that's what we got to watch. You got to watch, family, because it happens. What she say? Get a fan in the room. This lesson is on fire. You got to watch it. And a lot of times you won't know that it was the adversary bringing you those blessings until after the situation is over and you get to look back and say, damn, how did I F up? But since you don't curse, you'd be like, how did I mess up? Golly gee willikers. You look back on your life, you think back many situations afterwards, and you say, this is where it all fell apart. If you're honest with yourself, remember what I said earlier about owning up to the things in your life that you do, that happens to you. Own up to it. Take responsibility to it. Say to yourself, the truth of the reality is, if I just had not have did this. And not enough of us do that. Most of us want to blame somebody else for the bad conditions in our lives, the hard times in our lives, the situations that are unseemable and unfavorable in our lives. Most of us want to blame somebody else for those things and not ourselves. 99.9% of the things that happen to you in this life is because of something you did or did not do when you should have done it. And once you get to a place in life where you can now sit back and hold yourself accountable for everything that takes place in your life, you are showing discipline and maturity. And so many of us can't do that. Take self-accountability. Absolutely. Absolutely. In the days of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came up, Jehoiakim came and became his servant for 3 years. Then he turned and rebelled against him. And the Most High sent again against him bands of the Chaldeans and bands of the Syrians and bands of the Moabites and bands of the Amorites. Now he thought he was being blessed by the Most High when he was king. Nebuchadnezzar was a pagan. Nebuchadnezzar was not serving the Most High to the way we understand. Well, let's just say Nebuchadnezzar wasn't an Israelite. And at this time, as far as I know, Nebuchadnezzar was not serving the Creator at this time. Right, at this time. Then he turned and rebelled against him. And the Most High sent, who did it? The Most High sent him bands of the Chaldeans and bands of the Syrians and bands of the Moabites and bands of the Amorites. And he sent all them nations against Yehudah to destroy it. The Most High was done with us. Don't she say she want to read? Sister Ornette, you said you want to read? Prince made you feel some kind of way. Oh, oh, you know not to pay him no mind. You know not to pay him no mind. He'll mean no harm.
Oh no, I'd love to read. I would love to read for you all.
All right. So I tell you what we'll do. When we get to 25, you can start reading. All right. How about that?
Verse 25?
Yeah.
Or chapter 25?
Chapter 25.
Okay.
All right. So you just stay right there. Don't go nowhere. Everybody can hear you. You come in then. All right.
Hallelujah.
I love the support though. You know what I mean? I love when people want to help to contribute to make it to be a success. That's a beautiful thing. So let me get all this off my chest right now. All of these nations came up against Yehudah to destroy it according to the word of the Most High. He spoke by his servants, the prophets. He spoke it a long time ago. But I want you to take special attention to the people that the Most High sent to destroy Judah. These were all enemies of the people of the Most High. The Syrians, the Chaldeans, the Moabites, the Ammonites. These was all Canaanite nations. Remember, we took the land from the Canaanites. And because Joshua and the people didn't kill all the Canaanites off, some still existed in the earth. What we did was we went in and we mingled with the people. We killed some, and then we mingled with the majority of the people. Therefore, they later became a snare to us today. Why am I talking about this? You in your life right now, how many people are you friends with that you know you ain't got no business being friends with? You as a man, you got a lot of homies that don't take care of their children, but yet they still sleeping with other women. You know that. You ain't got no business being a friend with nobody like that. As a man, you're supposed to surround yourself with like-minded individuals, like-minded men. And if this man is not being held accountable for the mistakes that he made in his life by sleeping with that woman, producing that child, how can he benefit you in your life in any kind of righteous way? No kind of way. He got 4 or 5 children with 4 or 5 women. Even if he got it with 3 women, he ain't taking care of none of them. Put your feet down, young man. So how is he going to be able to be in your life and be a substantial influence in your life to keep you in the spirit of righteousness? He cannot. And I promise you, when you have those kind of people in your life, I'm talking about active participants in your life. When you have these type of people in your life, they will eventually turn around and be used against you. They will. Just like those Chaldeans, Syrians, Ammonites, Amorites, Moabites that we did not deal with when the Most High told us to deal with them. They became a hindrance to us later on in life, now they're coming to destroy us. That's the same way how the Most High deals with us, with all these people of the nations that we want to call our friends, sisters and brothers we want to associate with. This woman, you with this girl, and you a married Israelite woman, and you got a best girlfriend, I repeat it, a best girlfriend, and you know she cheating on her husband. You shouldn't be in association with that girl. You should cut her off. Separate yourself from her, because there is no spiritual energy that you can get from her that's positive. Because anybody living in that type of life, where they know that they are consistently doing wickedness, they are more so governed by a negative energy, a negative force. And by you being in association with them, that negative energy, that negative force will rub off on you. There's nothing they can do good for you when you're living your life in association with people that are wicked, evil people, that you know the Most High will cut down. And you could try to help them. You could try to help them. I think we might have a question. Let me see what this says. So Pharaoh took Josiah's son, Jehoaz, I think is another Jehoahaz, and taxed the land. Wow, sounds so familiar. Then made the other son, Eliakim, Jehoiakim, king, which was who he wanted. And you got a question sign after that, which causes a problem. Your statement is correct. So I don't know why it's a question mark after that. Maybe you can explain it to me, Ishi. Surely this came upon Yehuda at the command of the Most High. Who brought that upon the Most High? Who brought that upon Yehuda? The Most High. Why did the Most High bring that upon Yehuda? Because they was not serving him. They wanted to worship idols and practice idolatry and whoremongery, and the Most High cursed them. So if the Most High is cursing them, then who put them in position? Let's read on. Or who gave them their blessings? Did the Most High give them their blessings, or did the adversary give them blessings by the Most High's permission? A lot of times, that's how it goes down. A lot of us are blessed with the Most High's permission, but not the Most High's doing so. What do you mean, Prince? At the Most High's permission, and the Most High didn't do it. If the Most High permitted it, then the Most High did it. Not necessarily true. Because you're walking around right now with 3 babies, and who they baby daddy? You don't know, because he don't take care of them. So was that the Most High's putting that in your life to make that man be a part of your life? Or was it the adversary brought that individual into your life? Completely the adversary. Because if the Most High blesses you, he's going to give you a man that's going to be there for you and provide for you and take care of you. And he ain't going to be a deadbeat dad that don't take care of his children. Even if the two of you break up, he's not going to bring a taxation upon your life. He's going to make your life easier so you can walk in the ways of the Almighty, so you can serve this king and not flee from the Most High. Surely this came upon Yehuda at the command of the Most High to remove them out of his sight for the sins of Manasseh, according to all that he had done. So Manasseh had a son whose name was Josiah. Correct? Yes. Josiah's son, Jehoiakim, is now king. His son is paying for his sins. Do y'all see that? Jehoiakim is paying for the sins of his wicked father or grandfather. Because of the sins of his grandfather, Jehoiakim is paying, but not just Jehoiakim, all of the people. Well, Prince, I thought you said the law said that a man should not die for the sins of his father. Well, if you are living and repeating the sins of that father, you will die too. Jehoiakim was a wicked king before the Creator. Remember that. So he ain't dying because of the sins of his forefather, his grandfather. He dying because he walked in his grandfather's ways. Y'all see what I'm saying? You get the point I'm getting at. He could have did as his father Josiah and changed his ways and lived according to what the Most High put on record for the people to live by. Remember, they got the book of the law now. He could have lived by what the Creator commanded for the people to do, which would have kept at bay any curses that the Most High was going to bring about the people. Because if you got a righteous leader and you got a righteous people, then the curses will not come. Not to this level. So Jehoiakim did wicked. Therefore, he opened the door for all the sins of his grandfather to fall upon him, just like we today in this lifetime. A lot of us are suffering in this life and don't understand why. A lot of us are going through some hard times in this life and don't understand why. A lot of times what you're suffering is not just because of your own self. It's because your great-grandfather introduces into your bloodline, and you got a price to pay for that, except if you walk righteously before the Most High. But if you do the same sin that your great-grandfather did, and your father before you, and his father before him, if you're doing the same sins that they did, then that's what they call compound sin. And you're going to get it worse than they got it. You're going to have it way worse than them. Therefore, if you ever know that your father had a bad habit, if you ever know that your father's father had a bad habit, a bad trait, they walked incorrectly before the Almighty, you better not repeat that sinful action. Because if you do, there's a price for you to pay for that. The Most High had never removed Judah completely out of the land. The Babylonian captivity was the first captivity that removed 90% of Yahudah. It was the first captivity that removed a large majority of us out of the land. We stayed in the Babylonian captivity for 70 years. It was our first large captivity. 70 years. Because Jehoiakim and the children of Israel wanted to practice idolatry that he learned from his father, who learned from the people Ahaz and those who walked before them. Not Hezekiah. Hezekiah was a righteous man, but his son was wicked for a majority of his life until he turned to righteousness, asked the Most High for forgiveness, but the people was already infected because he was their king. And the people was doing a sinful life. He named his son Ammon. Yeah, Josiah was Ammon's son. He named his son Ammon, the name of a deity, to show you how wicked he was. And here you got 3 generations later, they're being sent into captivity because they learned the sins and practiced the sins of their grandfather. Now, the rest of the deeds of Jehoiakim and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Yahudah? So Jehoiakim slept with his fathers, and Jehoiakim, his son, reigned in his place. Now, Jehoiakim is Josiah's grandson. But watch this. It ain't going to last. And Jehoiakim, his son, reigned in his place. And the kings of Egypt did not come again out of his land, for the king of Babylon had taken all that belonged to the king of Egypt, from the brook of Egypt to the river Euphrates, Jehoiakim is Jehoiakim's son. Jehoiakim was 8 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 3 months in Jerusalem. 3 months. And he reigned 3 months in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Neshuta, the daughter of Elnathan of Judah. So the man had a mother, her name was Neshuta. And he did what was evil in the sight of the Most High, according to all that his father had done. So now we got Josiah, who was a father. So far, three of his sons reigned on the throne. And after Jehoiakim reigned and died, his son took over. His name was Jehoiakim. He took over. And now he's about to die or something. And what he did was evil in the sight of the Most High, according to all that his father had done. And at that time, the servants of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came up to Jerusalem and the city and besieged it. And Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came to the city while his servants was besieging it. Watch this. And Jehoiakim, the king of Yehudah, gave himself up to the king of Babylon, himself and his mother and his servants and his officials and his palace officials. The king of Babylon took him prisoner in the 8th year of his reign and carried off the treasures of the house of the Most High and the treasures of the king's house, and cut in pieces all the vessels of gold in the temple of the Most High, which King Solomon of Israel had made, as the Most High had foretold. He carried away all Jerusalem. What did he do? He carried away all Jerusalem. I want y'all to keep that in your mind. Nebuchadnezzar carried away all Jerusalem and all the officials and all the mighty men of valor. 10,000 captives he took. And you know who was one of those captives? Or who was a couple of them? You ever heard the story of the brother named Daniel? Daniel was one of those captives. Daniel was one of those captives. You know who else was one of those captives? Ezekiel was one of those captives, the powerful men that we read about today. Let's read the story of Daniel, first chapter. Sister Ornette, you present?
And I'm here.
All right, Sister Ornette, let's go. We're going to read the first chapter of Daniel. We're not going to read the whole story, just a couple of verses. Just 1-2 verses. As a matter of fact, yeah, just those 2 verses is enough. We just want to get a brief history. Read on, sis. Daniel's chapter 1, down to 1 and 2.
Hold just 1 second.
We just want to see, I'm going to talk while you're getting this, sis. We just want to make sure we know who the kings were in the time of Daniel, because Prince just said that Nebuchadnezzar took Jerusalem, some of the people out of Jerusalem, 10,000 men, and made them servants in his house, in his land. So let's see who the kings was at that time. You got it, sis? How you talk about you want to read and you ain't ready?
I'm here. I'm ready. Rock and roll.
All right, let's go.
First chapter, correct?
First chapter of Daniel's, first chapter, first verse.
Reading from the book of Daniel, chapter 1, first verse. In the 3rd year of the reign of Jehoiakim.
What's his name?
Jehoiakim.
Read on.
King of Judah, came Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, unto Jerusalem, and besieged it. And the Creator gave Jehoiakim, king of Judah, into his hand.
Gave him into his hand. Read on.
With part of the vessels of the house of the Creator, which he carried into the land of Shinar.
Wow, that's all you need to read, sis. Watch this. Let's see where Jeremiah came in all this. Read on, please. Jeremiah chapter 1, verse 1. Yirmiyahu chapter 1, verse 1. See, I'm doing this to show you all that the scriptures are all interlocked. A lot of these took place around the same time. A lot of these prophets came about and lived around the same time of life. You got it, sis? Sister Ornette, you're on mute if you're reading. Sister Ornette, shalom. Sis? Okay, maybe something happened. I'll read it. Maybe something happened. In the book of Daniel, Jeremiah, Yirmiyahu, chapter 1, verse 1. The word of Yirmiyahu, the son of Hilkiah, of the priests that were in Anathoth in the land of Benjamin. Now remember when we was reading last week in Josiah, I told you that Yirmiyahu was born at that time. He was a young boy. So he's going to get to live through a lot of these kings. What happened? To whom the word of the Most High came in the days of Josiah, son of Amos, king of Judah, in the 13th year of his reign. It came also in the days of Jehoiakim, the son of Josiah, king of Judah, at the end of the 11th year of Zedekiah, the son of Josiah, king of Judah, unto the carrying away of Jerusalem into the 5th month. So what we have here is we have all these scriptures intertwining one after another, or overlapping one into another. And a lot of us not seeing it, not understanding, and not knowing how it goes. But we're going to try to do our best to unfold these treasures. Sister Ornette, let me know you all right now.
I'm here.
All right, cool. Just to make sure you all right. Well, I'm back now. So we're going to keep on reading. Now we're going to start our readings again in 2 Kings. What we on? Chapter 24, verse 14, somewhere around there.
Okay.
Carried away all Yerushalayim and the officials and all the mighty men of valor, 10,000 captives, and all the craftsmen and the smith. None remained except the poorest of the land. Now, when Nebuchadnezzar went in and he took the people, he didn't just take regular people. He took the majority of all leadership, righteous men, priesthood, worthy men. And when he took the children, if you would have read more in the book of Daniel, it will show you where in the book of Daniel, when Nebuchadnezzar took the children, he took the children that was learned in all things, that was studying, children who understand the science and the necessity of knowledge. They wasn't sleeping. They wasn't average children that just go outside and play. They were children who were students. They was learning educated things. They were growing. They was building. And Nebuchadnezzar came and took them away. And he carried away Jehoiakim to Babylon, the king's mother, the king's wives, his officials, and the chief men of the land. He took into captivity from Jerusalem to Babylon. And the king of Babylon brought captive to Babylon all the men of valor, 7,000, and the craftsmen and the metal workers, 1,000 of all them strong and fit for war. And the king of Babylon made Mattaniah, Jehoiakim's uncle, king in his place. Who is Mattaniah? Uzziah's son. Remember the king that I said, Uzziah, who was a good king before the Most High, and then got his heart pumped up, and then went up against Necho. That was another one of his sons, Mattaniah. And when he took Jehoiakim away, he made Mattaniah the king in his place. And then he changed his name to Zedekiah. So now we're dealing with the king Zedekiah. First we were dealing with let me find what I'm looking for first, family. All right. First we were dealing with Jehoiakim. You can go with your mom. Go with your mom. Make sure she's safe. Now we're dealing with Mattaniah, whose name was changed to Zedekiah. Jerusalem, Yirmiyahu chapter 22. In the days of Zedekiah, it says, thus saith the Most High, Yirmiyahu says, go down to the house of the king of Judah and speak these words and say, hear the words of the Most High, O King of Yehudah, that sitteth upon the throne of David, thou and thy servants and thy people that enter into these gates. Now I need every one of us to pay close attention to the words that we are about to read. Y'all ready? Very important because we're still guilty of these things even today. Thus saith the Most High, El Shaddai, El Elyon, execute ye judgment and righteousness, and deliver the spoil out of the hand of the oppressor, and do no wrong. Do no violence to the stranger, the fatherless, nor the widow, neither shed innocent blood in this place. Do I need to read that again? Execute ye judgment.
One more time.
Execute ye judgment and righteousness, and deliver the spoil out of the hand of the oppressors, and do no wrong. Do no violence to the strangers. Do no violence to the fatherless. Do no violence to the widows, neither shed innocent blood in this place. So therefore, the Creator is giving us the recipe of how to live a righteous life. The widows, the fatherless, the strangers, we're supposed to take care of these people. We're supposed to help make sure that the burden of living life in these places is not difficult for them. Remove a lot of that burden by doing the righteous thing and helping these people survive. For if you do this thing indeed, then shall there enter in by thy gates of this house kings, plural, Melachim, plural, sitting upon the throne of David. Now remember, this is the last king Israel had. So this was our last opportunity to get it right. The Most High said that this king shall be your final king if you don't do righteously before me. But if you do these things, and this is the recipe and how you can do these things, if you begin to do these things, then you can live and have many, many years of kings upon the throne of the house of Judah that are in the bloodline of David. Riding in chariots and on horses, he and his servants and his people. But if ye will not hear these words, I swear by myself, saith the Most High, that this house shall become a desolation. For thus saith the Most High unto the king's house of Judah, thou art Gilead unto me, and the heads of Lebanon, yet surely I will make thee a wilderness and cities which are not inhabited. Judah was in what we call modern day Israel. And I just saw a documentary the other day on the whole Middle East and how the waters over there in that country is drying up. The Mediterranean, the Black Sea, the Euphrates, all those rivers over there are drying up. And they're wondering why all these rivers over there are drying up. And it's all about the curse that the Most High put on the land. In Israel, where Judah was, Yahudah was Israel. In Israel, they're wondering why Israel still got water. The Israeli government knew the curse that the Most High put on the land. So what they did was, the Israeli government put artificial water spouts under the ground to filter the water so that they could feed the water, use the water multiple times over and over and over and over before the water is disseminated. Everybody else over there is living in almost dire emergency, dire straits. People are dying and everything because there's no water. But in Israel, they got water because the little bit of water they have, they use it 3 or 4 times before it goes away. So the wastewater is drinking water. The water that they use to move their bowels in, it is utilized 3 or 4 times before it goes away. That's sad. So a lot of the drinking water you're drinking in Israel is actually poop water that they run through a filtration system to clean it up. Because the Most High put a curse on the land, and the Most High said that this place will become a desolate place. A desolate place, and he meant it. But if ye will not hear these words, I swear by myself, saith the Most High, that this house should become a desolation. And that's exactly what happened. For thus saith the Most High unto the kings of Judah, thou art Gilead unto me, and the hairs of Lebanon. Yet surely I will make thee a wilderness in the cities which are not inhabited, and I will prepare destroyers against thee, every one with his weapons, and they shall cut down thy choice cedars and cast them into the fire. And many nations shall pass by this city, and they shall say, every man to his neighbor, wherefore has the Most High done thus unto this great city? And then they shall swear, and I want y'all to watch what they swore by, what they had to say. They shall answer, because they, the people who used to live here, they forsook the covenant of the Most High, their Elohim, and they worshiped Jesus, and they served Jesus. That's why a lot of the calamity that comes upon us today is in our lives, because we're not worshiping the Most High. So how did I say this? I said, the things you do today will directly affect your tomorrow. If you are still living a life of idolatry today, it will show forward in your life today and tomorrow, but it will definitely be there tomorrow. If you want to clean up your life, then you have to start today. Don't expect everything to go sweet in your life the moment that you change your mind, because you have still created your tomorrow yesterday. So your yesterday has to come and play itself out before the day that you're creating today takes place in the very near future. I pray that y'all understand what I'm talking about, because this is real. Many nations shall pass by this city, and they shall say, every man to his neighbor, wherefore has the Most High done this thing unto this great city? And they shall answer, because they have forsaken the Most High, the covenant of the Creator, and they have worshipped deities and served them. He says, weep not for the dead, neither bemoan him, but weep sore for him that goeth away, for he shall return no more, nor see his native country. And how many of us today are born in America and we never get to see the Holy Land? But we know that's where we're from. How many of us? This prophecy was a prophecy that has come true. And so many of us have not realized that the Most High's prophecies are real concerning his people. Well, I just gave you another prophecy. That the Most High said that some of these people have been taken away, they'll never see this land again. We are the descendants of those people, and a large majority of us have never seen that land again. And it's sad because we're Israelites. Not only do we not see the land, but we don't even speak our native tongue. We don't even speak our native tongue. Sister Ornita, I know I said you can start at 25, but we're going to change that. You can start at 24 because I did a lot of reading of a lot of other stuff. So if you don't mind, Sister Ornita, if you're available, 2 Kings chapter 24, verse 18. Now remember, we got Zedekiah taking over now. Zedekiah, where we at right here? Mattaniah was his name originally. But when the king of Babylon took over, he changed his name from Mattaniah to Zedekiah. So let's read.
Reading 2 Kings.
And keep in mind, please, that when Zedekiah came into position as king, the Most High was still giving us an opportunity to amend our ways. Just like every Shabbat class that you attend, the Most High is still giving you opportunity to change your ways, to draw closer to him. And that's what we're reading about. Read on, sis.
Reading from the book of 2 Kings, chapter 24, verse 18. Now Zedekiah was 21 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Hamutal, the daughter of Yirmiah.
Now that woman had two sons that was king. And this is the second one. Read on, please.
The daughter of Jeremiah and Libnah. And he did that which was evil in the sight of the Creator.
He did that which was evil. Now he could have took a witness to all the evil acts of his brothers that was kings before him, of his grandfather that was king, and he could have changed his ways and taught the people how to serve the Most High. They had the book of the law at this time, and they're still not walking in the ways of the Creator. Read on, please.
Verse 19.
And we
he did
laws today, don't we? And how many of us are walking in the ways of the Most High?
Mm-hmm. And he did that which was evil in the sight of the Creator.
My wife has a question. I'm sorry, I missed it. Is Mattaniah related to Jehoiakim? He's his uncle. Read on, please.
Verse 19. And he did that which was evil in the sight of the Creator, according to all that Jehoiakim had done. For through the anger of the Creator, it came to pass in Jerusalem and Judah, until he had cast them out from his presence, that Zedekiah rebelled against the king of Babylon.
Zedekiah got up enough confidence now that he rebelled against the king of Babylon, and another captivity took place. Read on.
Reading from 2 Kings chapter 25, verse 1. And it came to pass in the 9th year of his reign, in the 10th month, in the 10th day of that month, that Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came, he and all his hosts, against Jerusalem, and encamped against it.
Now, the number 9 is significantly representative of the number of completion, meaning that the Most High had completed his mercies that he had given to Israel.
Mm.
And watch what takes place.
Reading on. And they built forts against it and round about. Verse 2. And the city was besieged unto the 11th year of King Zedekiah. And on the 9th day of the 4th month, the famine prevailed in the city, and there was no bread for the people of the land. And the city was broken up, and all the men of war fled by night, by the way of the gate between two walls, which is the king's garden. Now the Chaldeans were against the city round about, and the king went the way toward the Arabah, And the army of the Chaldeans pursued the king and overtook him in the plains of Jericho. And all this army was scattered from him. So they took the king and brought him up to the king of Babylon at Riblah. And they pronounced sentence upon him. And they slew the sons of Zedekiah before his eyes.
In his sight, they killed him. They killed his sons while he was looking. But this is what I want to say to you. Nebuchadnezzar at this particular time was serving the Almighty. This was after that 7 years that Nebuchadnezzar went and had that vision and was turned into a beast. He realized that the Most High was king. Read on. Let's see.
Reading on from verse 7. And put out the eyes of Zedekiah, and bound him with fetters of bronze, and carried him to Babylon. Verse 8. And in the 5th month, on the 7th day of that month, which is the 19th year of King Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came Nebuzaradan, captain of the guard, a servant of the king of Babylon, unto Jerusalem. And he burned the house of the Creator, and the king's house, and all the houses of Jerusalem, and every great man's house burned.
How do you know if you're being blessed by the devil?
Mm-hmm.
The devil was running rampant, or let me say, the negative energy, negative spirit was running rampant even in the Most High's house. So you can have a lot of people in leadership positions that are wicked. Do you understand what Prince is trying to teach you right now? Just because a man says, thus saith the Creator, and they read into you our scripture, doesn't mean that the Most High is ordaining that man to do so. The devil could have him in position. And how would you know if that man is a servant of the Most High or not? If the things that he teach get you closer to the Most High, if you begin to implement those ways, then you know. And if he's living his life as the scripture says, then you know that man is of the Most High. But if he's just teaching things just to pacify the time, and every once in a while he might add something in there, thus saith the Most High, keep the commandments of the Most High, but yet he don't tell you how that's supposed to be done or how to implement those things and how to actually bring your life and live a more righteous life, then that man could be utilized by the adversary to keep you stagnant with the ideal that I'm an Israelite, but the actions of a heathen. Let me share something with you. When you got a brother that's been teaching over 20 and 30 something years, let's say even 10 years, and the majority of his disciples that have come out of his community are living wicked lives, then that will show you that this man is not on the right path, because he's not teaching food to the people. He's giving them weeds. And nobody can live righteously off of weeds. You need to be given food. And when you get foods from the people and you might go away from your leadership, what you're going to do is feed nourishment to the people. Things to help people get closer to the Creator. Look at the individual stories that you hear coming out of these houses of worship and these communities all the time. What are these stories about? Death, destruction, chaos, turmoil, adultery, all types of wicked things. How is it possible that anybody over there is teaching righteousness when evil and negativity prevails? Go spend some time with them and see what's going on. See if they work as a people. See if the community is really as tight as it's supposed to be. See if they trust each other and love each other. See if they got keys to each other's house, keys to each other's car. See if when one sister goes shopping, she call around to all the other sisters to see if they want to go with her, or do they need her to bring something back? See, this is communal living. That's how this thing is supposed to be. Not one person or one family is suffering while all the other families seem to be coming up. Then maybe if that's the case, that family needs to be evaluated. Why are you suffering, brothers? You're in the midst of plenty. Why are you suffering? And is it because you're not getting up, doing what you need to do to supply the needs of the community? One of the greatest secrets that I can tell you of how to become rich, and mark my words, this is one of the greatest secrets. And if you could talk to 5 wealthy men, each one of them will repeat the same thing that I'm saying to you. One of the greatest ways for a man to become rich is by giving, by sharing. I promise you. Give, 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 share, 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 and you will see your wealth and your blessings extremely multiply. Part of the reason is we say, well, I only got $5. Prince, I can't send you anything. And I'm not saying you got to give it directly to me. That's just one way. You can feed somebody that's homeless, feed somebody that needs some help, some shelter. You can clothe somebody that ain't got no clothes. That's still giving. But one of the ways that you can provide for you and your family is by sharing what you have with others. It's something about the Most High where he just loves that. He just loves that. And if you give to the works of the Most High, what can I say about that? I'm going to say thank you. Because definitely you are feeding people. You are paying people's tuition. A lot of the children that can't pay tuition, it comes from you guys. Those of you who support. You don't know what's going on with that money. All you know is these things are going on. But a lot of people call that ain't got no food in their house. That we got to provide that food. We don't advertise that stuff. We get the work done. We get the work done. For years, there was an elderly lady that we paid her rent. For years, at least 2 years. We, Temple Kifarim, paid that lady's rent. Guess what? We never met the lady. We never met her in person. But we knew who she was. We knew she was an Israelite, and we knew she loved the Most High. We never met her. But we paid her rent for her every month. And that went on for at least 2 years. And if I'm mistaken, may the Most High forgive me. If it was a year and a half, then it was a year and a half. All I'm saying is that proper leadership is put in place to feed the people and help them to get closer to the Most High. Her own children wouldn't help her because she was an Israelite. But the children of the Most High helped her. And we are grateful and thankful to be in position to do that. This is what happens with those donations you send in. We don't go out and get new cars and bikes and trucks and all that stuff on your money. We do get those things, but it ain't got nothing to do with the money you give. Never. We do have a lot of nice stuff, but those personal items has nothing to do with the money that we raise or collect that's donated to this righteous cause. All those things go right to families that's underprivileged, that can't help themselves, school tuition, school buildings. We just bought a school building. We just bought a school building not too long ago. Where that money come from? See, we serious about this, family. We serious about it. We're not playing. We're not trying to house nobody and take nothing from you. But if you ever want to get something from the Most High, the easiest and the quickest way to get it is to give. And you don't have to give to us. You can give to your neighborhood community. Just make sure that those people are not practicing idolatry that you're giving your money to or your time to or whatever it is that you're giving clothes to. You can give whatever you want to give to those people. But when I used to do it out in the street and to strangers and stuff, I say, don't thank him, thank the Most High, because you know who they thank. Oh, thank you, Jesus. That's what they say first. Their minds are gone. But I say, no, it's not him. Thank the Most High. And I leave. I never seen these people again. Probably never see them in life. And if I did see them, I wouldn't know who they were because it wasn't a big thing for me. It was for them. Let's go, sis. Where we at?
Reading from the book of 2 Kings, chapter 25, verse 10. And all the army of the Chaldeans, who were with the captain of the guard, broke down the walls of Jerusalem round about. Now the rest of the people who were left in the city
Now, the rest of the people who was left in the city, those were the poor people. Poor people. And some deserters who left the army who wanted to stay there. Read on, please.
And the fugitives who fell away to the king of Babylon with the remnant of the multitude did Nebuzaradan, what's his name? Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, carry away. But the captain of the guard left of the poor of the land to be vine dressers and husbandmen, and the pillars of bronze that were in the house of the Creator, and the bases of the bronze sea that was in the house of the Creator, did the Chaldeans break in pieces and carry the bronze of them to Babylon, and the pots and the shovels and the snuffers and the spoons and all the vessels of bronze with which they ministered took they away, and the fire pans and the basins and such things as were of gold as gold, and of silver as silver. The captain of the guard took away. The 2 pillars, 1 sea, and bases, which Solomon had made for the house of the Creator. The bronze of all these vessels was beyond weight. The height of 1 pillar was 18 cubits, and the capital upon it was bronze, and the height of the capital 3 cubits, and the braided work, and the pomegranates upon the capital round about, all of bronze. And like unto these had the 2nd pillar, with braided work. And the captain of the guard took Sariah, the chief priest, and Zephaniah, the 2nd priest, and the 3 keepers of the door. And out of the city he took an officer, who was set over the men of war, and 5 men of them, who were in the king's presence, who were found in the city, and the principal scribe of the host, who mustered the people of the land, 80 men of the people of the land who were found in the city. And Nebuzaradan, captain of the guard, took these and brought them to the king of Babylon at Riblah. And the king of Babylon smote them and slew them at Riblah in the land of Hamath. So Judah was carried away out of their land. And as for the people who remained in the land of Judah, whom Nebuchadnezzar, king of the Babylon, had left, over them he made Gedaliah, son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, governor. And when all the captains of the armies, they and their men, heard that the king of Babylon had made Gedaliah governor, there came to Gedaliah at Mizpah even Ishmael, the son of Nethaniah, and Jonan, the son of Korah, and Sariah, the son of Tanhumeth, the Nethamite, and Jezaniah, the son of a Machanite, they and their men. And Jedediah swore to them and their men, and said unto them, Fear not to be the servant of the Chaldeans. Dwell in the land, and serve the king of Babylon. It shall be well with you. But it came to pass in the 7th month that Ishmael, the son of Nethaniah, the son of Elishama, of the seed royal came, and 10 men with him, and smote Jedediah, so that he died, and the Jews and the Chaldeans who were with him at Mizpah, and all the people, both small and great, and the captain of the armies arose and came to Egypt, for they were afraid of the Chaldeans. And it came to pass, in the 7th and 13th year of the captivity of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, and the 12th month, on the 7th and 20th day of the month, that evil Mercodak, king of Babylon, in the year that he began to reign, did liberate Jehoiakim, king of Judah, from prison. And he spoke kindly to him, and set his throne above the throne of kings that were with him in Babylon, and changed his prison garments. And he did eat his food regularly before him all the days of his life. And his allowance was regular allowance, given him by the king, a daily rate for every day, all the days of his life.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All the days of his life, he was supplied a regiment. He never went back to being a king as far as sitting in Jerusalem and judging. Jerusalem was forever lost. And that was a wrap. Because our kings, our leadership, would not serve the Most High as required by the Most High. We just wouldn't do it. So therefore, the Most High took every opportunity away from us to draw closer to him. All right? Are there any other questions? Any comments? Come on, anybody. Let's get it going. Let's talk about today's lesson. Are there any questions or comments about anything we read today? Sister O'Neill, what you thought about the lesson today?
Hey, Shabbat Shalom, family. This lesson really shifted my understanding. I never truly considered before that not every blessing comes from the Creator. And what stood out to me is the clarity that the Creator would never bless us in a way that causes us to stray or compromise. You know, his instructions that only the spirit of error would present something that looks like a blessing, but forces you to choose between, you know, following the Creator or something else.
Right.
I feel like that perspective was eye-opening for me because it taught me to slow down and examine what is being offered and where it's leading me spiritually. If it pulls me away from the Creator or makes his instructions feel optional, then it's not from him, no matter how good it looks on the surface. So I just want to say that I truly enjoy the lessons that you bring every week. I always walk away with learning something new that I can expound upon and apply to my own personal life. Today, for placing these topics and lessons in your spirit to bring forth for the Creator, and to bring forth for his people. Toda.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Toda Rabbah. I'm glad to be of service, sis, because it is my job to serve the people of the Most High. Are there any other questions and comments, family? Are there any other questions or comments? Anybody else get anything out of this lesson today that struck you in a way that you would like to express? There's the link. You can hit the link. You can come in and you can express yourself to the family. Is there anyone else who has a comment or a question about today's lesson or anything in general? Is there anyone else? All right, I guess everybody else fully understands the lesson. Emma, did you want to say something?
I did just want to say I agree with Sister Ernie. It does make you re-question blessings on, not even re-question, but kind of like go back and think about the blessing and how it came to you, and truly if it propelled you or kept you in a certain way. Because we talked about how it was in the book that you just read of how he was blessed in a certain position, but it was stagnant. And so is that a blessing of growth? Which we know the Most High, when He blesses us, it brings a slew of different things that come about it in a positive manner. But sometimes we could think because we got a raise that it was a blessing, but we could have gotten a raise for different reasons that may not be good, and then the raise could just be to keep us stagnant or keep us at that job, but we're not growing from it. So that was it.
May the Most High be praised. Torah Rabbah. And you're absolutely right. These things are real. But a lot of us are so asleep that we don't see it. Anyone else? May the Most High be praised. All right, since that's it, nobody else want to say anything. Emma, do we have any announcements for today?
No.
Okay. Do we have any volunteers to close us out in prayer? Oh, I'm not ready to close out yet. Please forgive me. Well, anyway, if you do want to volunteer to do prayer, you can just keep it in your mind and we'll get to it in a moment. I got something I want to share with you guys first. A little documentary I saw that I wanted to share with the people. Y'all ready? Now it's going to be for 6 minutes, so let's move forward.
In them, there will not be enough young people to join the army. Factories and industries will struggle to find workers, and within the next 10 years, Italy's economy could completely break down. Right now, the average age in Italy is 48 years. In comparison, the average age in Pakistan is 21, while in India, it is 28. About 24% of Italy's population is over the age of 65, and that number is rising rapidly every year. But how did Italy end up in this situation? 100 years ago, Italy's birth rate was around 5.2. Even in the 1970s, the birth rate remained above 2. So what exactly happened in the last 50 years that changed everything? And this is not just about Italy. A similar trend can be seen in other European countries and even in Japan. There are 3 main reasons behind Italy's population collapse. If we look back in history, about 100 years ago, Italy was primarily an agricultural country. Most people were farmers, and for a farmer, the most valuable thing was to have helping hands. That is why Italians in those times. This is Italy, and it is soon going to disappear from the world map. This is a village in Italy where thousands of people used to live, but today this whole place is completely deserted. And this isn't just one case. There are around 6,000 more villages across Italy that have been totally abandoned in recent years. Then there's the famous 300-year-old Campoche school. Millions of Italian children studied here, but now there isn't a single student. Teachers are being laid off because there are no kids left to teach. Back in 2015, Italy's health minister herself said that Italy is a dying country. The reason is simple. People aren't having babies. In fact, Italy's total fertility rate is the lowest it's been in the last 50 years. Predictions show that Italy's population is going to fall drastically over the next few years. This is the same Italy that was once famous across Europe for its large families. But now the country has reached a point where it could soon enter what many experts call an economic dark age. Its real estate market could collapse because there will be plenty of houses, but no one left to live in them. There will not be enough young people to join the army. Factories and industries will struggle to find workers, and within the next 10 years, Italy's economy could completely break down. Right now, the average age in Italy is 48 years. In comparison, the average age in Pakistan is 21, while in India, it is 28. About 24% of Italy's population is is over the age of 65, and that number is rising rapidly every year. But how did Italy end up in this situation? 100 years ago, Italy's birth rate was around 5.2. Even in the 1970s, the birth rate remained above 2. So what exactly happened in the last 50 years that changed everything? And this is not just about Italy. A similar trend can be seen in other European countries and even in Japan. There are three main reasons behind Italy's population collapse. If we look back in history, about 100 years ago, Italy was primarily an agricultural country. Most people were farmers, and for a farmer, the most valuable thing was to have helping hands. That is why Italians in those times had many children, so that they could all work together on the farms. The more children a family had, the more income they could generate collectively. But then came industrialization. Salaried jobs replaced farming, and now 2 working adults could earn as much as 5 children once did. After the Second World War, when Italy began to recover, the government introduced a welfare system. This meant that the state would now take care of education, healthcare, and other public needs. Parents no longer felt the financial need to have many children because the system had taken on those responsibilities. That is when the birth rate started to fall. This trend was not limited to Italy alone. Since the 1980s, fertility rates have been declining all over the world, except in Africa. If we talk specifically about Italy, some of the government's policies have also discouraged young people from having children. For example, there is something called a blank resignation. Every woman is required to sign this document before she is hired for a job. This allows a company to fire her immediately if she becomes pregnant without giving any notice or reason. In a country where 41% of women work, such a policy makes it very difficult for them to plan a family. As a result, many women delay marriage and childbirth because they fear losing their jobs. Second reason is Italy's citizenship law. Unlike in the United States or some European countries, Italy does not grant birth nationality as a right. This means that if you are an immigrant and your child is born in Italy, that child will not automatically become an Italian citizen. Because of this, many immigrant families eventually move to Northern Europe, where citizenship laws are more flexible. This creates another problem. Italy already has a shrinking younger population, and when immigrants also leave, it worsens the situation. In the future, the country may end up with mostly elderly people and very few young workers to support them. The health sector will also come under enormous pressure because there will not be enough doctors and nurses to care for the aging population. The third major reason for Italy's crisis is its job culture. According to OECD research, 70% of Italians between the ages of 18 and 34 are still financially dependent on their parents. The United Nations reports that 43% of jobs in Italy are non-permanent. The country has gone through 3 recessions in the last 10 years, and its debt to GDP ratio has risen to 145%. This means that for every €1 Italy earns, it needs to borrow 1.45 euros to cover its expenses. The situation has become so bad that even Domino's Pizza, the American company that sells Italian-style pizza, had to shut down all its stores in Italy because there were not enough customers. It now takes a long time for young Italians to become financially independent, which is why they are delaying marriage as well. In 2002, the average age for Italian men to get married was 31. By 2024, that number had increased to 37. If this continues, Italy could soon enter a dark age. To prevent that from happening, Italy will need to follow Sweden's example. Sweden faced a similar situation a few decades ago, but the government introduced strong family support programs. They launched a childcare policy under which couples received financial subsidies depending on the number of children they had. Sweden also became the first country to introduce paid parental leave. In 1974, a law was passed that required both the mother and the father to take 16 months of paid leave after a child's birth. This policy successfully helped Sweden stabilize its falling birth rate. Italy now needs to adopt similar steps. It must relax its immigration laws, protect female workers from unfair policies like blank resignation, and encourage families to have children by providing financial and social support. If Italy fails to raise its fertility rate to at least 2.1 within the next 5 years, the results could be disastrous. Even Elon Musk has repeatedly warned that the biggest threat to humanity is not overpopulation, but population collapse. This might sound strange because for years, scientists have been telling us that the world's population is growing too fast. But the reality is completely different. Since the 1980s, the birth rate has been falling across the world, including in countries like Pakistan and India. In 1990, Pakistan's birth rate was 6.3, but today it has dropped to 3.4. Experts say that the global population will reach its peak within the next 20 years and then start to decline after 2050. Japan, Italy, the United States, the United Kingdom, France, Germany, and other Western countries will be hit the hardest by this population collapse. What effect this will have on the world economy and the environment is still a matter of debate. What do you think? Is population collapse a good thing or a bad thing? Share your opinion in the comments. We will see you in the next video with another interesting topic. Take care of yourselves. This is Italy, and it is soon going to disappear from the world map. This is a village in Italy where...
All right, let's talk. Did y'all get to see that video?
Hey,
What do y'all think about that?
I know why they were offering a stipend and, free housing for a certain amount of time in Italy to people that wanted to come over and establish themselves. But I know all the background to that, about the family structure. The family support systems not necessarily being, up to par and all that. But I can see why their numbers are declining.
Why? Why do you think their numbers are declining?
Because there's no support for their people. There's no support for the women that are having children and, growing families. It's just basically focused on being a part of the workforce.
You remember the concept of the lesson today? Be accountable for your actions and what you do. Italy's numbers are declining because of their actions. See, he took a whole graph and showed how when the numbers first started declining, they tried to raise the population. But at first, they didn't want people doing certain things, having a certain amount of children. So they would make them sign these papers so that they could lose their job if they became pregnant because they was too dependent on the workforce. That was a result. Their numbers declining. They didn't think it was going to happen. They never probably even thought about it. But the reason why they have declined so significantly is a result of their direct actions. They have to be held accountable for what they did to cause that to be their reality today. So if they want to reverse that, they got to go to the complete opposite. They got to find a way to cause their people to now become pregnant, have babies. Plus, they got to cause people to move back into the region because a lot of people left the region. These situations are very imminent, very real, powerful things that's taking place. But more than anything, these people are seeing a curse from the Creator upon their land against their people. Italians are Europeans. They look at themselves as Europeans, although they have a lot of black blood in them, the southern part, but they're Europeans. And they see themselves as Europeans. The Creator is dominating and bringing destruction to these people for what they did to us. Now they start to talk about it. Now they're revealing it. You see what I'm saying? They're revealing right now what's going on in their culture, in their society. Sister Nina, did you want to comment?
I just couldn't send my text when you asked about a lesson from today. I don't know why it wouldn't allow me to text today after I did earlier, but that was a great lesson as usual. And I always never thought about where the blessing may have come from, but I do know that Yah allows all. So without him allowing it, it wouldn't have happened. But when I'm going through things, especially difficult situations, I always self-reflect and see if what I have been doing is befitting to Yah or not.
It's good. Wonderful. May the Most High be praised, and thank you for that contribution. And
Hallelujah.
thank you for having the willingness that after you couldn't text, you said, I'm coming on.
Yeah, I got the link, so I said, let me find it, and I went back on.
Yeah, may the Most High be praised. But you do know we put that link. We put that link in the. I sent you the link this morning to your personal email, but we also put the link on this sidebar throughout the duration of the week. Whenever we have classes, we put the link here. So if ever you don't receive the link from me, you can go right here on the sidebar and hit that link while we're in session, while we're teaching, and it'll bring you to the background like this.
Great. But yeah, I like it when you do send it personally because then through my text messages, I'm able to just go to my contacts and send it to a lot of people that way.
All right. I'll try to remember that. All right.
Thank you. Shalom, everyone. Have a great Sabbath.
May the Most High be with you. Tell the Rabbah. All right. So I wanted to bring that point out because the Most High is bringing curses upon these people. He's bringing his wrath slowly but surely. The Most High is bringing his wrath upon the nations. Those who had you in captivity, the Creator is going to put them in captivity, and you're going to rule over them. Has any of you ever seen that? That's right. The Most High's prophecies. That's right. Cause and effect. That's right. The Europeans are drastically all over the world, all over the globe. Europeans are slowing up their reproduction pace. It's like the Most High is rubbing them out of the earth. That's why you see a lot of, you don't have to take my word for it. I want you to just open your eyes and start looking around. When you see commercials, when you see videos, you're going to start seeing Europeans more often with black men and people of different races, because what they're trying to do is get black men subconsciously to think about marrying European women. Because if they marry European women and they have a black child, that black child marry a European child, that black seed is eventually going to be rubbed out of the system, and you're going to see Europeans being reborn again. They know what they're doing. They're trying to cause it to happen. I think it's 4 generations. After you have 4 generations, I believe it is, it will wipe that black seed right out of that child, so you won't even be able to tell that child is black anymore. It will wipe it right out. And that's what they're trying to do. That's why they're making it bans against you being able to have abortions now. After they opened it up, they saw that lady, Margaret Singer, they see that she was wrong when she opened up those abortion clinics, because it was actually in reverse, and it started killing more of their people. You got to understand that. They're doing it all over the planet. They are diminishing in numbers all over the planet. So Israel, what does that tell you? It first of all tells you that the prophecies of these scriptures are real. Even if you got the versions that they watered down and added their own words and took the Most High's words out and tricked it all up so you could be confused, the prophecies, the Most High left enough on record for us to see the reality and look at our eyes, look with our eyes and witness his power being done in the earth today from these prophecies. What is that? Isaiah chapter 7, Isaiah 14:1, where it speaks about the children of Israel from being, we're going to be the people who we were slaves, we're going to have them as slaves. Isaiah, I believe it's Isaiah 14:1. Yeah, Isaiah 14:1. Let me share it with you, family. Let me share it with you, anyone who's curious and want to know. All right, here we go. Isaiah 14:1. For the Most High will have mercy on Jacob and will yet choose Yisrael. He's going to choose us again and set them in their own land. And the strangers shall be joined with them, and they shall cleave to the house of Yaakov. That means all of us, all tribes. And the people shall take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Yisrael shall possess them in the land of the Most High for servants and handmaidens. And they shall take them captives, whose captives they were, and they shall rule over their oppressors. Now, these people had us in captivity for many years. All nations on the face of the earth had us in captivity. The Most High is telling us that the time is coming that we shall rule over them again. It's definitely happening. So when you look around right now and you see that the black man is being oppressed and beaten down and trodden down and so much, it's not forever. It's not forever. So you have to keep your mind focused. You got to educate yourself, educate your children, make them as strong mentally, physically, with all the courage that you can give to them so that they can be the world leaders of tomorrow. You have to remember that, family. The Creator has a job for you to do, and you need to do it well. Do it well. That's right. That's right. All right. Are there any other questions or comments, family? Does anyone have any questions or comments, either from the class today or the video we just watched? Are there any questions or comments? We talked about a whole lot of stuff today. Is there anyone who wishes to make prayer and close us out with a prayer today?
Okay.
Sister Ornette? Oh,
Okay.
you want the prayer or you got a comment?
I want to pray.
Oh, Sister Ornette got the prayer. Let's go. Let me get the light, sis. Give me a second, please.
Hallelujah.
Hold on, sis. It's on you.
O Most High, we come before you with humble hearts, asking to approach your throne. Most High, we come before you with gratitude and reverence, thanking you for allowing us to gather in your presence and receive wisdom, correction, and understanding. Toda Most High, for covering us throughout this gathering and for pouring your spirit amongst your people. We are deeply grateful for your grace and your mercy, for without you we are nothing. All that we have and all that we come from you and exist because of you alone. We ask for continued blessings, protections, and provision over our community. Let prosperity be established amongst all our brothers and sisters that walk in this way, that honor you and keep us aligned with your will. Guard our steps, our households, and our minds as we go forward. If it be your will, O Most High, we ask for healing and recovery for the sick among us. Restore strength, renew bodies, and bring comfort to those who are weary. Let your healing power flow according to your perfect purpose and timing. I thank you personally for allowing me to be in the midst of your people and serve as a vessel for your spirit. Please continue to strengthen me, Most High, so that I remain steadfast and unwavering. Help me to continue and keep your laws and commandments with a willing heart and a disciplined spirit. Let my spirit remain forever in alignment with you. Remove any desires to waver, compromise, or stray from this truth and righteousness. We also ask that you continue to strengthen Nasik. Continue to pour your spirit into him, that he may lead righteously with wisdom, humility, and clarity, always according to your will and your truth. Protect us, Most High. Keep us, Most High. Place a hedge of protection around our children and our grandchildren. Guide them, cover them, and give them hearts that desire to apply and keep your commandments. Allow them to grow as righteous examples in this earth, walking in obedience and reverence before you. We thank you, we honor you, and we trust you in all things. All praises and glory belong to you alone. Selah. Hallelujah.
May the Most High be praised. Tell them about. Thank you, sis. Beautiful prayer. Beautiful prayer. Wonderful prayer.
Bye-bye.
Oh, that was nice.
We had a couple of questions here too, so I didn't know if you saw them.
No, I didn't see the questions. You want to bring them up? You love reading for us? May the Most High be praised. Iman, you want to bring the questions up? My question is, when is it appropriate to question one's leader and it's not seen as disrespect? Anytime you feel like you need to question a leader in a respectful manner, then it should not be seen as disrespect. As long as the approach that you have is respectful, you should be fine. But what I will say is that anything that your leader does that you disagree with, you should question. Because you might just need a little bit of clarity to bring it to the right direction. Now, if you got your leader's contact information, you can contact him separately. Or if he has an open forum like this and you have a question that you want to ask and he asks, is there any questions? Then you can ask it that way. But if it's something that you think might be disrespectful, you might want to ask him in private because it will be taken a different way by him if he's an honorable man. He will respect that answer quite differently. So that's what I think. That will be my best way to answer that. When is it appropriate to question one's leader, and it's not seen as disrespect? Yes, that will be my answer, sis. All right. So if you have his contact information, or you can go to his house or something like that and knock on his door, I would suggest you do so. Have an audience with him. Ima, are there any other questions? What advice would you give to someone who has lost their way? Okay, that's a very good question. And that question shouldn't be slept on. But I got to put it to you like this. The person who has lost their way have to first realize themselves that they have lost their way. Because you see where somebody's lost their way doesn't mean that that reality has set in with them. They have to acknowledge that they're lost and they don't know how to get back. But the advice that I would give to them is to get into your studies, get into your discipline, which means that, and to create for yourself some habits and stick to those habits, like pray. We pray 3 times a day. Join us in our prayer. Fast. We fast once a week. Join us in our fast. Those things can help to build up one's confidence and one's spirituality all over again in righteousness. Just those 2 things. There's a lot more to it, but those are just introductory things to get the individual who has lost their way back on the righteous path. Because in reality, what happens is energies of outside forces creeps into your sphere and they begin to overtake you, which begins to make you back away from doing righteously. And when you back away from doing righteously, you're actually giving them dominion over you. Confess your iniquities, confess your sins, and begin to do the opposite of what those entities tell you to do. Oh, don't go to class today, go to class. Don't make your prayer, make your prayer. Don't eat clean food. Don't worry about what's in that food, just eat it anyway. No, find out the ingredients and make sure that it's acceptable. If your need eyes on, you can still go to the temple. No, if your need eyes on, stay home. Stay home. Your time may at that time. Stay home. All right. So there's a lot of ways now. If you need to have any other conversations, you can reach out. We can have those conversations and we can get it all cleared up. All right. Ima, is there anything else?
No.
Okay. And sis, if you know somebody who has lost their way that's saying to you that they have, and they're admitting it to you, then you should probably let them watch this class. This can be the beginning portion of restoring. This could be their beginning stage. And also, another thing that you can do if you find out a person is, you feel like they're losing their way, befriend them and talk positivity with them, pray with them, read with them, fellowship with them, and try to make sure that they're on the right path. Like, you know, that they're worshiping and serving the Creator to the best of their ability. All right? And whatever help or support they might need, you offer it. Be there for them. And yes, that was a beautiful prayer, Sister Ornette. That was a beautiful prayer. But to say that to Sister Ornette is just, you know, because she always prayed on beautiful prayers when she prayed. She always do. She got some very strong prayers. You know, usually them sisters do be having them good prayers. Righteous sisters who want to please the Creator in all their actions. All right? Are there any other questions?
No, there aren't any more.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Are there any other questions or comments, anyone? Any other questions or comments? I don't think I have any more videos in reserve for y'all for after class. We have already closed out in prayer, but the floor is still open because we haven't went anywhere. Is there anyone who wish to ask a question, comment, say anything? That's sad, sis. Sometimes that's what you got to do. Sometimes that's what you got to do to help protect yourself. Because if not, if you put too much energy in them, that negative energy will transfer to you. And eventually you'll find yourself dwindling of your positive energy to worship this king. Sister Aisha, is there something you want to say? Okay. Very good. Why is it that the rich are able to stay in leadership even when they may be doing wrong? Well, a lot of the people like wicked leaders. A lot of the people like unclean leaders because they themselves are unclean, you know, and it's the people who keep people in positions of leadership. The leaders themselves don't keep them in position. The people who support that leader keeps them in position. And if you look around at the people who support that leader, they're usually just like he is, corrupt and wicked. Because a righteous man is not going to want to be in the leadership, underneath of a leadership that are wicked. So if the people was all righteous, there's no way for a wicked leader to be in position for an substantial amount of time. But if you look around at the people, those people just as wicked as the leadership. May the Most High be praised. Absolutely. Are there any other questions, family? We got the time. We'll give you the answers. Creator willing. Are there any other questions? Any other comments? I don't know about the happy part, but they usually be stable. I can't really say that they're happy. That's right. True humility. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be truly praised. That's right, sis. May the Most High be praised. Truly praised. That's something right there. You see how she said that? May the Most High be truly praised. That means don't play and fake pretend like you praising this King. Truly, deep in your soul, do what you got to do to please him. Beautiful. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. So that one will second guess thyself. That's right. All right. Are there any other questions or comments, family? Come on now. There's an opportunity. You like my wife right now and took her to the mall. She said, I don't know what to get. Now here you are sitting here with the opportunity to ask any question you want to ask, and you ain't asking.
You're comparing me to the people now.
Huh?
Oh, Lord.
Didn't know what to get. Where are we starting to read next week? So I'm prepared. Right where we left off. Right where we left off. 2 Kings 25, I believe it was. 26. 2 Kings 26. Creator willing. No, we was in Kings today. I might read a little bit out of Chronicles next week. Oh, you're right. Chronicles 1. We did the whole Kings. You're right. Chronicles, first chapter Chronicles. Well, since we read through the Kings, I might switch to pace next week, but I'll let you know. You're right, sis. We're done with 2 Kings. So I might switch to pace a little bit because Chronicles is going to repeat what we read in the Kings all over again with a little extra stuff to it. So we'll see. Whatever the creators put on my spirit this week. I do have some lessons that I wanted to present to the family outside of the ordinary pace that we were going. But what I would like to say is this. Do you see how amazing it was that every week that we was reading in the Kings, the messages and the lessons that the Most High brought forward all had some relevance to our activities in life that we were going through at that present time? Almost to the point where somebody could say, well, Prince, you only did that. You only said that because you knew what I was going on and you related that to my life. And no, that's not true. I don't be knowing what you're doing. I don't be knowing what's going on in your life. I just teach what the Most High tells me to teach. He knows what you need and he gives it to you and he feeds you. And that's a fact. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. Are there any other questions or comments, family? Uh-oh, conviction time. She said, I always think you be talking about me. And you know how many other people think the same thing? That I'm talking about them and all I'll be doing is teaching. I don't even know your life story like that, what you did last week. I don't be knowing what you're going through right now. I don't be knowing. Ain't nobody telling me. I don't know those things. I just teach. I just teach. I do what the Most High tell me to do. put it out there like he gives it to me. And wherever the message goes, that's where the message is meant to be. May the Most High be praised. All right, family, we're going to close it out now. But you can stay and watch the commercial. And then you can take down the contact information at the end of the commercial. Go back, freeze your frame, so that you can do what is needed of you in this day and time for your people. May the Most High be praised. Shabbat Shalom Aleichem. Ema, are you present?
Yes.
We
I'm
ended.
sorry. So
Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim.
This is for the people in the front and the back. You had a lot to do, and you know you got a lot on your plate.
We are Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim, a community, a school, a family of faith working to build something greater together. Our mission is simple but powerful: to restore, to teach, and to grow. Here at Beulah land, we bring together the vision of Temple Kefar Yim with hands-on action.
Stop it, you got it, yeah, you got it.
Through our Goshen Hebrew Academy, we teach our children the Hebrew language, history, and principles that ground us in our faith. We celebrate Shabbat services and holy days with joy, keeping our culture and traditions alive for generations to come. Our work also reaches beyond the classroom. We focus on community growth, agriculture, training, and safety, building a place where families can learn, worship, and thrive. The name Beulah land comes from scripture, representing covenant, renewal, and a people restored to their land and purpose. That is exactly what we are doing here, restoring faith, culture, and community life. But we can't do it alone. If our mission speaks to your heart, we invite you to support us. You can give through Cash App or PayPal at Build Yisrael, or learn more at www.GoshenHebrewAcademyTempleKefaryim.org. Feel free to contact us at BeulahLand@TempleKefaryim@gmail.com. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel and even become a member to stay connected and help spread our message of faith and restoration.
Change up in a minute, as fast as change clothes out the cleaner.